Hello there. Welcome to Roll For It, where Bentham is a tool, not broken. Right, we're playing Dungeons and Dragons today. We're playing our Ascension campaign.
Saying I'm broken and I'm like, I give.
He was like counting us in, and Bentham's like, I have to do it.
He just suddenly threw out a countdown, like I was ready to go. And then when I do the countdown, I made the
mistake of assuming Bentham was ready to go. That's the mistake.
Then when I do the countdown, he sits there for like 10 seconds before speaking.
But you didn't say that we were live.
Because you don't do that. You do. Yeah, I go 3, 2, and then the 1 is silent, and then we're live. That's how it works. And then you talk.
Okay. Our map box is currently looking at a small island in the North Pacific.
Oh no.
It's fine. That's where we're headed. Didn't you know?
Yep, that's where Corbin is. It'll take you. Oh god, that is a long way. That will take you months.
Which one? Which island was it? Can you point it on the map?
The top left.
Ping it. Oh, this one. Oh,
Dragon
left.
Punch's new headquarters. They're right there.
Up here.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, that's very far away. Yeah.
Yeah, that genuinely.
Bentham knows secrets. That's where we're going.
So if each square, each tiny square is a mile, right?
No.
Remember?
Each tiny square is, I think,
is
24.
1 day.
It's one
each
day
Each
travel.
tiny square is 1 day.
And that's one
so
day
how many miles
on open grassland, not in
kilometers.
dense rainforest.
How many miles can you go in 1 day?
24.
Like
the
so
default
24...
D&D pace is 24 over open terrain with trails. This is heavy rainforest.
Okay, so that
each
island's
tile
like
is
24
miles
long. That's a pretty big island, actually.
Yeah.
It's not, I mean, that'd be a pretty.
Yeah, I've roughed it to 25 kilometers because it was what's it called? Because it was rainforest and the traveling time's gonna be different. But it's 1,600 miles, so it's probably in the region of like 1,600 kilometers, so probably 1,100 miles maybe. And that's if you go straight over a huge mountain range, and then over the water.
Yeah, but
I wonder if I can like
going straight.
Oh, I can set waypoints. Brilliant. Let me just set waypoints and figure out. Okay, it's more going to be like 2,000 kilometers if you go around.
If you guys had to pick a city or a place you've been so far, that would be the base of operations for Dragon Punch, like the HQ. Where would you want it?
Can you show me the full map, EE?
It doesn't have to be like a city. It could be like in a forest or something, you know? But like, where's your favorite place that you think would make a good
I feel like the best place right now would be like Andorra. Basically, you're like Australia. You just like hide away on your little ice island.
Really?
Just actually like, Fortress of Solitude.
It's
right next to the Islands of the Sun.
Look, we'll just take that over.
I mean, the problem is that
we're
now
it's
in Lumarian hands. It kind of ruins everything.
Yeah.
If you want to be like in the middle of nowhere, pick like Ansravar, which is like right next to the Ruin Storm.
Well, let's be real. If we're gonna take over an island, Cinder Shore Isles would be the best because they have like a lot of fat loot there.
What? Take it back from the Ashir Satrapy.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not trying to take land. I'm just saying, like, if we wanted like a, you know, like a fort, like a little, like a tree house, where we could have a club meetings.
Okay, kill the dragon in charge of the ruins of Zeepol. Take over the ruins of Zeepol. It's on a giant mesa. You're fine.
There you go. Because the Chosen Knights, they got that crazy building that just like disappears and this
how about
appears
Exodus
in front of you.
Do you really want to fight the Platinum Dragon?
No, we just chill with the Platinum Dragon. Like that'd be our home base.
He'd probably be cool with that.
I like Exodus. Yeah, that guy was nice. He gave me
like let's just be homies with the dragon, bro.
We can just set up shop in the Behemoth Tunnel. You know, that'll be our. Wait for Peachy. Peachy, look out.
You're like, there's a T-Rex running towards us. Genuine T-Rex or Peachy T-Rex? Not sure. Let's find out.
We know several T-Rexes at this point. It's hard to say.
You do. You really had an introduction to a lot of T-Rex in a very short space of time.
Yeah, I guess one was real, but they weren't aggro on us, so it'll be a different story when we find one that's
I wonder where Peachy learned to be a T-Rex from.
Oh.
Anyway,
I mean, it wasn't a pink T-Rex.
Yeah, but the pink
But it doesn't
isn't
have to be pink.
natural part of the T-Rex. The pink
Yeah.
was her magical tattoo and her like
Yeah.
alter self spell.
Could have been
So,
pre-magic.
Peachy knows the queen of the jungle.
Makes sense.
It's hard not to. She's pink.
Everyone knows the queen of the jungle.
Yeah, but she doesn't remember them.
Yeah,
Yes.
genuinely, the brief I gave to Satine is like, pretty much everyone knows you, and everyone is either afraid of or respects you.
Yeah. Oh, Satine did such a good job. I love Queenie so much.
Yeah. Anyway,
A sweet T-Rex. I love that you just have this T-Rex that's like, everyone just lets me do whatever I want. It's like, yeah, because you will
They're
just
afraid
eat
of you.
them.
Anyway, so welcome to Ascension. We're gonna go through some really quick like announcements, then some shilling, and then we'll get into the game. Since stuff's gonna go down today. Right, today's supporter is Miazilla. So Miazilla, thank you very much for supporting us today and making it possible to pay the majority of our cast costs for today. So that is greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. Hopefully this episode is going to be worth it.
I want to play Ascension forever.
The next part is we have a new guest joining us next week. Patrick is joining us. Patrick Static will be joining us for a few episodes, playing a certain special character.
Corbin Cogdeer!
Unless you kill Corbin early, you know, that could happen.
Why would we kill my brother?
Fireball.
Maybe he's evil.
Not that.
Or
Also
fireball.
Hey,
Yeah.
don't you dare make my brother evil.
Hey,
Would
remember,
I do? Yeah, I would do that.
I've got that Rakdos charm, so I got all sorts of fun spells I can cast.
Oh, yeah, that's
on
true.
them. I read about them. Some interesting things I can do.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy.
The Reckless Charm's fun because it's basically a spell scroll that anyone can use, and you get a couple of choices what to use it for before it breaks. So, like, you have options.
Oh my gosh. Arena's
Crown
gonna
of
cry when
Madness.
she sees her brother.
Also, new show starting literally this weekend. Avatar will be starting on the Saturday, so look out for that with all of these lovely people. That'll be, of course, Saturday at 10 a.m. Pacific or 6 p.m. UK. So look out for that starting. That'll be 6 episodes long, so get in this weekend if you want to catch the start. Obviously, it'll be up on YouTube. Mage character sheets and Queenie sheet are out, so if you want to catch the sheet for Queenie, Satine's character from last week, that is available, and the mage character sheets are also now available, so those are all up at the party tier and above.
Yep.
I called it party tier, not player tier this time.
He
I'm
got the
happy.
name of the tier right.
I
It's
know.
only been 5 years.
I'm buttering you up, Bentham. I'm gonna drop you in it later.
Buttering him up for what? Gonna put him in a pan?
No, this is why you get players to have like families and stuff in the games. So you
Yeah,
put the
I know.
families in the pans.
I know. You've already done
Please,
that.
can we
You
do
already
that to
killed
my
my
family?
grandfather. What else do you want from me?
You can
The
kill
rest
my
of
whole
them.
family. It's fine. It makes it easier for me.
Cobalt's like, please kill them all. Kill
Oh,
my
no,
No,
not
not
my
like
family.
brother.
reunite him with his
In
family.
fairness, his family is actively trying to kill him. It's reasonable.
I know. It's just the funny. It's the opposite. My character's like, please don't kill anybody. He's like, kill them, please, please. I beg you, kill them.
I would be so sad if my brother were to
sad.
die. Let me tell you.
He'd just haunt you harder. That he'd actually really haunt you.
Oh yeah, he'd be like dead and haunting you. Oh, then you get the haunted background because there's actually a background for
That's
that.
a nice
What if
background
he-
for
That
that.
you wouldn't
Yeah.
know which was like the imaginary brother and which was the actual ghost brother, and the ghost brother would be really confused about conversations that never happened.
I would do like how we did in the tower. I'd be like, both of you do jumping jacks right now. We'll see which one's real.
Oh yeah, that
was
was
really
a cool
smart.
tower. I liked that tower. That was cool.
Right. The next part is Mage GM secrets and recap coming soon. So there is more stuff coming on the Patreon very shortly. So keep an eye out for that. That was said and done. We're gonna do the shilling, and Bentham, you want to do it?
I can do the shilling.
Okay.
Right, so the way that you can support Roll for
that's
doing
way too
all the
much
cool
power.
stuff that we do is by...
Yeah, that's way too much power.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
I immediately regret my decision. Actually, there was something I forgot, which is also that we're sponsored by Roll20. Thank you very much, Roll20, for
Yeah, that's
sponsoring
way
us.
too
We
much
use
power.
Roll20 for all of our shows because it's really useful.
Also, Fizzban's new supplement came out, which is all about dragons, and it's available on Roll20. And I looked at it the other day and was going through it, and I'm like, this is so cool. So, yeah, Roll20.
Maybe I can
they
get some
sponsor us.
giveaway codes for that. I'll ask. Let's see.
So check out Roll20. They're great. Use them for everything. Really useful. Cool, and that's it. Anyway, back to Bentham.
Oh yes, sponsorships are cool and all, but ultimately do not at all pay for the show. But what does pay for the show is your generous contributions to Patreon. Patreon is the main way that you can support us and allow us to do all the cool stuff that we do. There's a whole bunch of tiers there that give you a whole bunch of different rewards, including but not limited to MP3s of all of the shows, after shows we record after every show. We talk about what happens in the show. You can get character sheets, both of players and of enemies, and you can get other secret GM stuff as well. And yeah, soon I will be dropping all of the secret behind-the-scenes GM gubbins for Mage. So like enemy character sheet of some description. And various other like behind-the-scenes plans, like what he could see on the map the entire game that was hidden from us, and cool stuff like that. You can also get the monthly recaps where the admins talk about the events of the previous month, how all the shows are going, and occasionally how shows that will be going. Yes. You can also submit names for NPCs that will get used randomly throughout our shows. You can also, if you're crazy, take part in a once monthly RPG session jammed by a member of the Roll for It cast. That is just a private off-camera game that you and other Legend tier supporters get to be a part of. You can also support an episode once a month if you are a Legend, like Mia Zilla did this month, or this week, I guess, is the episode she's supporting this month. That's how that works. And you can also, if you're really crazy and support us at Deity tier, we run out of things that we can think of to do apart from give you a personal thank you video for being so awesome, which basically
They
becomes,
get weird.
an untethered after show. It's just an after show tangent in a video, and it
It's
gets
like your
its
own little mini
tangents.
podcast.
Yeah.
If there's a topic you'd like us to discuss, let us know.
Yeah, no, deities
We
can
could take
make
requests, I
They can,
suppose.
they can tell us what they want us to talk about. You can
Put
also
me, Bentham, and E in a room, and we'll talk about anything.
Yep, and we won't know where we'll go, but we'll go somewhere with it.
Like Wikipedia.
Yeah, no, it's like a Wikipedia dive. Just end up in the weirdest places. So yes, you can also support us in other ways too. You can do, of course, the Twitch things, the various things that you can do on Twitch. One thing you can do is give us bits. There's been a bit war going on for the first few minutes of the stream so far, between filling the cup and emptying the cup.
Cobalt's like, I'm gonna use my pay to battle this. I was like, what are you doing?
Yep, there's now
Cobalt?
an Isaac bit in there. Oh, and yeah, there goes someone trying to knock some of the smaller bits clear.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
going to.
Empiric and Cobalt are like battling to cover EE
It's
up.
fun.
with
It's like a
bits.
mini game. It's a game in a game, but that takes money. So it's an expensive game. But
So yeah, you can drop us bits, and we appreciate when you do, and they'll do stuff in the cup, and you can try and fill or empty the cup. You can also give us tips. They appear on the screen. Read them at the end of the show to thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. And you can also, of course, subscribe on Twitch, which gives you emotes and badges, and it also gives you immediate access to the Twitch VODs, whereas normally you'd have to wait 24 hours for us to upload the VODs over on YouTube. And there goes Empiric filling it up again. You can also support us on YouTube. Of course, you can become a YouTube member, which gives you emotes and badges over there. And being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or Patreon supporter all let you join the Discord, where you can hang out with us and other fans of Roll for It and talk about all things Roll for It and some things not. We got rooms in there for all the games that we're doing, some of the games that we've done in the past. We've got role play rooms and stuff. And we've got other things where you can submit clips and GIFs in there. We always appreciate when people make those and stick them in that room. We use them in the announcement tweets often for various things. So hit the clip button when cool stuff happens, and because of how it works on Twitch with sub-only VODs, you can never clip again. So you got to clip it live. It's your only chance, and you can be the one that gets the clip, or you can clip on YouTube at any time. but nobody does that. But you can, and you can post them in the Discord as well. And other stuff like that. You can also support us just by being here, just by showing up. You're already helping us out and contributing to the view numbers, and that helps us. The websites put us in places where you can see us better. Probably that's how it works, and so we appreciate that too. And you can even cut out the middleman. Just tell your friends, bring them along too, and watch the show with them. And then
just remember,
theorize.
Cut out the middleman. Don't cut up the middleman. That's illegal.
Unless you're a vampire in vampire land.
That can
Vampire
still be
land.
illegal.
Food.
It
Just
depends,
lunch.
I guess.
I guess Vampire Land, they probably don't have that as illegal. Yeah. Depends. Who makes the rules in Vampire Land?
The biggest vampire.
Olivia.
And it probably isn't illegal.
You mean the oldest vampire, not biggest.
I like to imagine that it's like orcs. They just get bigger the more in charge they are.
The older the vampires, the more sleepy they get, though.
The older they are, the more powerful they are, because they have,
But they have to
Really
like
sleepy.
rest for
They don't-
hundreds of years and
Do
stuff.
they
and
gain
then-
power over time, or is it just that everyone who
Depends
comes
on your
along
vampire.
later is weaker already?
I think
Yeah, depending on the type of
Dracula,
vampire.
like the main source, probably would, but not maybe like side whips. I don't know. I guess honestly, it really just comes down to like the author and how they want.
Yeah, it depends on the
vampires to
vampire
be.
canon that you're going with. Because
Yeah.
different
If
vampire
it's-
canon has different.
Okay, now I really want a vampire cannon.
Ooh.
Just fires
Look,
vampires.
the problem with vampires
Just-
is that they're melee fighters. So how do you get them closer to the enemy? Vampire cannon.
I
Just
mean, I guess
saying.
it would
Fire
work.
away.
Like depending on what stats they have, they might just survive the impact with minimal damage.
And on that note, let's go over what happened last time. So, they went to the Beast Isles to go look for Corbin Cogdeer, Arena Cogdeer's long-lost brother who has been a bit MIA for 20 years, having been yeeted onto the other side of the
21
planet via
years.
a traveling tower. That is true. It's about 21 years now. So, with that all said and done, they traveled over there. They're now on their way through the tropical jungle. They managed to make their way to the Serpent Eaters, which is a tribe of lizard men, with the intention of finding him there because for some reason he was captured by them or something. They heard a rumor. They're not too sure about the authenticity of it, but they headed there. And they found a completely decimated campsite. There was no one around. Except for a small velociraptor wearing the scarf that Arena gave to Corbin when he left 21 years ago. Admittedly much more ratty and tattered and repaired scarf now, but still the same scarf. And having then had their friend, who just happened to be a talking T-Rex, that's technically not relevant to now, but anyway. Having Queenie talk to Red.
I talked to
Fire-
him too.
You talked at him. He couldn't understand you, but
No, I did speak with Animal.
no. Queenie did speak with Animal because you
Oh,
gave her the
Queenie-
scroll.
you're right, you're- yeah,
you,
you're right, you're
you
right.
were very lucky to have that scroll. That was a very good idea. So Queenie used the
See?
scroll
I
and
knew
then
it was gonna
managed
come in
to
handy.
speak to Red, which basically allowed them to basically bypass all of the stuff I had planned about the Velociraptor. And instead, they basically had a discussion and was like, yes, I know Corbin. He's my friend. We go on adventures together. And it turns out that Red, the Velociraptor, appears to be a really good friend of Corbin and has been for a few years, and has told them that the people from the north took Corbin. And I believe that's where we
So
ended. Was there anything I
sweet.
missed?
Let me double check my notes. I think you got it, most of it. We did learn something new about the Chosen Knights last episode. We learned that there were other people in their party that we didn't know about, but that Queenie knew them. So there's still some theories on like what I don't know. There's
Queenie
a lot
met
of theories
them
running.
13 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, one of
Yeah.
them left already. too.
Ryla was the person that she knew from the Chosen Knights. So the Chosen Knights were here, and somehow they changed Queenie to be sentient. And I'm curious about that whole shenanigans.
It seemed kind of accidental, maybe.
Do we think that Sir Gallant is doing that, or he has someone in his party that's able to kind of like turn Geep, coin Geep, or Queenie, and because it
I'm
seems
still
like there's
sus
somebody that
about Geep. I feel like Geep is spying on us or something, but I don't know.
probably he came back to life when he got burned to death. So it didn't.
There's weird shenanigans going on with that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Didn't
that's
he-
also weird too. I think that might have had to do with Rakdos or whatever.
Rectos.
Yeah, and I think
I
he
don't
is
know.
in cahoots with the Chosen Knights too.
That's right, because he said, "Tell my better half, like hello" or something. Or
Yeah, I think he's
when
like
I was like, "Oh, you might be Sir
him and
Gallant's
Sir Gallen are
patron."
doing it or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm
On that
shipping it.
note, Queenie is still with you for now, but I believe you had an idea to use her for distraction, as she is a huge T-Rex, who is purple and carries a one-man band set around with her. But without said and done, we rejoin you as you are in the middle of the collapsed campsite. Full-on tents, palisade walls all around you, collapsed and damaged. What do you want to do? You can spend some time here. You could spend the night. You can scavenge around.
and pet him.
Make an animal
Probably
handling
worth
check.
Picking over
I did it
the
before.
the ruins here and seeing A, if there's anything that we can salvage, and B, learning more about the type of like battle that took place.
Okay. With a
I
20,
rolled a 20.
there's something about you that just seems to remind Red a lot of Corbin, and he does seem to take to you quite well. Yeah, you spend a good deal of time petting him. He does have a health potion on him, in an accessible pocket.
Yeah, I don't take that from him or anything. I just
Yeah.
pet him and I think Arena gently like touches the scarf. That reminds, and she kind of like plays out some memories of her and her brother in her head, like when they were younger.
Nuzzles into you a bit.
Can
Ruffles
you
its
show me
feathers
art
at you.
for him? We got custom art made for him.
I can do so. Get the art.
Void did such a good job. I can't wait for you to see Corbin too. Oh.
Oh.
If Bentham has the full art too, because like he's got like the bandolier with the potion on too.
You'll see
You
more
can
of
see
it
his
next
little
week when it's
scarf.
on the overlay.
Yeah.
I'm not
I don't
touching
have
that
it to hand,
thing.
but we can.
I'm not touching that thing. You're not gonna
So-
touch him?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not.
Karen, you said you wanted to look around. What are you looking for in specific, particular?
It was a combined thing. Is like if there's anything that we can salvage here that is of use to us, but then also like trying to understand in more detail what happened here, like what kind of weapons were being used, how many people, that kind of deal.
So anyone who wants can make an investigation check or survival roll. Survival is going to be a bit more about trying to see what you can scavenge.
Yeah, it's over time.
I'll do
for
investigation.
I will do investigation as well.
Yeah.
Should I
And
do?
this
Yeah,
would be eligible for your +5s if you wanted, Maggie.
Okay.
This is much shorter term.
Yeah, I'll add a +5 to that.
Your one to make an 18.
Yes, 18.
Okay. So
Oh,
two
wait.
18s
I mean, Skith
and
already
12.
got an
Actually,
18,
I'll
so-
use it on Skith.
So looking around, Perrin, you managed to find like 3 rations worth of food. It does look like a lot of the food here has spoiled, but you do manage to find what is effectively like a wicker basket that seems to be made from these interleaved palm fronds, and inside there are a number of these they look a bit like mangoes. And there's just a load of them inside there, and they'll count as 3 rations of food.
Nice.
Arena, as you're looking around, you kind of begin to get the sense whoever attacked here was definitely trying to take prisoners. A lot of the signs don't seem to indicate death. There's not a lot of blood. There's no sign of like a mass grave nearby or anything. But as you're looking around, you definitely get a sense that, yeah, this was very much like a lizardmen tribe. You have a look, and you can see signs of a few other creatures. It's hard to tell exactly what, but you do definitely recognize that there's more than just lizardmen footprints around. You do spot that, for instance, there seems to be the smaller foot of what is possibly a gnome or a halfling, along with sort of taloned feet of what probably is like an Aarakocra or an Owlin, amongst all the rest. It's really hard to discern because there was a big scuffle here, but you definitely notice other signs. You'll also find a couple of gems worth 10 gold pieces each.
Ooh. All right, I relay that, and then
They're quite cloudy tiger's eyes,
what type
but
of gems are they?
tiger eyes.
Tiger eyes.
Ooh, that's one of my favorite in real life.
So
tiger
tiger
eye.
eyes. And
They're not a good specimen. They're quite cloudy and they're a bit rough, but yeah, they'll be worth 10 gold pieces each.
10 gold pieces each. And how many are there?
2.
Two.
However, Skith boosted to a 23 thanks to Arena kind of giving a little bit of direction. You kind of go into like a little bit of a Sherlock Holmes-esque trance as you kind of look around and sort of note everything before moving. It certainly looks like whoever took these people dragged them to the north, and it looks like they just dragged them. Maybe on the back of some sort of like skith or something like just a big kind of like sheet or piece of timber. But they pulled them. They didn't have like a wheeled vehicle of any kind. So they managed to take probably at least 25 people just pulling them through the jungle. That would make it easier to follow, and you can definitely kind of pick up the beginning of signs. Yeah, at least 25 people were part of this tribe, probably more. And you can kind of see the signs of where it went, so that will give you something to begin to follow if you want to kind of follow that out of here, where the undergrowth is kind of like kicked up and broken. In addition to that, going through, you find what used to be obviously like the medicine woman or the alchemist or the herbalist tent. And while a lot of what is inside is smashed, and it looks like someone definitely came through here with an intent to destroy anything particularly useful, you do manage to find what appears to be a small chest partially buried in the ground. It seems to be kind of like this crude woodworking, but it's well made, like it is sturdy. And it is kind of half sunk into the ground. It looks like someone was covering up the top very quickly with dirt whenever this was attacked.
What's inside the box?
I think they went to the north, pulled them that way. Very primitive, though. No wheels. Perrin, there's this thing sticking out of the ground. I like kick it with my foot.
I love that Skith is like, I won't touch it, it's dirty.
Make an athletics roll for me, Skith.
Okay.
He said he was kicking it and pointing it to Perrin. Ow, he stubs his toe.
10. Yeah, you kick it, nothing really happens. The thing is kind of quite wedged in the ground.
Perrin will go and dig it out this chest and open it.
Okay, yeah. It's not too difficult, and as soon as you pull it out, there's a sudden out from underneath, and a cloud envelops the area, which would cover Skith and Perrin. I need both of you to make me con saves.
Oh no, it's a tarp. They I was thinking they might have tarped
+3s at least. So it's actually a 12 from Skith and an 18 from me.
Nice,
Okay.
not bad. I don't know if a 12 will save you though.
12 is a fail.
Yeah, figured.
18 is success.
Okay, I was like 18 shoulds. This is a very good trap.
It's not that good a trap if it didn't actually get anybody.
It did. It got Skith.
No,
Skith, you take 14
I know it got
points.
us, but it didn't get the attackers who it was meant to get.
Perrin,
Or
you
maybe
take
it was
7
the attackers
points.
who did it.
Poison damage.
Oh my
I take it
gosh.
on my false life points. Everything's fine.
And Skith, you're also poisoned now.
Oh, balls.
Oh no.
I don't feel very good.
Can't you like lay on hands him for 1 and get rid of the poison?
I lay on hands him for 5 to heal it.
Okay. Skith, you don't heal 5, but you remove the poison condition.
That's better.
As
Thank
this kind of like noxious puff of what is kind of like a mustardy kind of yellow gas just spores around you, and you breathe it in, and you find yourself suddenly getting very, very nauseous. Perrin just calmly leans over, puts a hand on you, and you suddenly cough, and all the spores that work their way into your system suddenly push out, poof, out in front of you. And you
Arena's
cough
watching
all of
this, and
them
she's
out.
like, "Are you all right?
We're fine.
What was that?"
Some kind of trap. They hit it too well, though. It didn't actually get the attackers, just us.
Arena's like putting gems into a pouch, and then putting the pouch into the bag of holding.
Was the entire chest the trap, or is there like is it still closed and might have stuff in it?
The chest is still closed. That was you just pulling it out of the ground. It could potentially have another trap in it, yes.
Okay, I make sure my
Step
pulse life
over
is
here.
back up, and I'm like, yeah, everyone just stand back. We'll see. And I'm gonna open this chest.
You can
Okay.
use thieves' tools or something.
It's
to
locked.
use the trap.
Oh, okay.
Oh. You want me to unlock it?
Checking for traps is an investigation roll, FYI.
I will investigate it.
Okay.
Just like shake it.
23. Okay. Yeah, as you're looking around and kind of studying it from a few different angles, you manage to notice like this very faint banding on the outside that someone has done with what appears to be kind of like a resinous sap. You can kind of see that there is some arcane kind of ward worked into the wood itself with this.
Oh, so like my thieves' tools wouldn't be able to fix that.
I believe breaking the trap is spotting is investigation check. Disarming a trap.
It's usually thieves' tools.
These tools normally for opening. Is it also for disarming? It might be.
I don't know. You tell me.
Oh.
I also have Tinker's tools.
You also have a T-Rex with a mouth.
Yeah.
I don't know what's
Definitely.
inside,
But it might break what's inside is the problem.
Yeah, it's a risk I'm willing to take.
It could be the kind of trap that like destroys the contents.
Yeah, it's a thieves tools check. So if you want to try and disable the trap, you can thieves tool it.
Yeah, will it be Dex or Int or what?
It'd be Dex for this. Actually, no. This one is a magical one, so it would be Int. Yeah,
Ooh,
it'd be Int.
that's
thieves
good for
tools.
me. And I don't think I get advantage on this.
26.
Oh my
With
Who
ease,
needs
Arena
advantage?
just walks up as Perrin's kind of like, I think there's a trap, and you kind of point it out. She just goes ting, ting, ting. Hits in 3 different places, and you see it kind of. It's just a very faint glow of the resin, and then it dissipates.
Mm.
If you want to unlock it, it's also a Thieves Tool, but it'd be Thieves Tool Dex.
Thieves' tools, what? Dex?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh
Natural
no!
one.
Plus, oh,
It is
I
a
add my
10.
Genius. Flash of genius.
Oh, you want to use Flash of Genius?
Yeah, to make
Okay.
it 15.
15. Luckily,
the
15 is the DC, so even with a natural 1,
Woo!
because Arena, you managed to just about wedge
nice.
the Thieves
Spent
Tools
them.
in, crack it open enough that you can kind of get around to the back of the lock, and you just begin to prod at it until the catch kind of, and then swings open. Inside are several kind of like thick kind of woven bags, and several small glass bottles that seem to be made from kind of different glasses. Some of them are quite kind of misty and cloudy. They do vary. There doesn't seem to be consistency to the glass blowing techniques used here, and a lot of them do seem to be scavenged. You definitely notice one that seems to indicate some sort of spirit or liqueur from probably 600 years ago, but it seems to have been damaged and repaired enough times that probably isn't what it contains. But there is 2 small bags in there, along with 4 vials.
I kind of loosen the bags to look what's inside the 2 woven bags.
Okay. The first one contains a mishmash of gems.
Ooh. I do love me some gems. We're gonna be putting
That
these
was worth
onto
trapping.
Cobalt's Skit's dragon chest set.
complaints.
What kind of gems are they?
So there's 3 paradots, which are worth 50 gold pieces each.
Ooh. Might not be putting those in any chess pieces.
No, I don't think we'll want to. I have some little smaller ones that you'll probably want.
One day, all diamond chess pieces. Once we.
Oh, yeah, I could just keep upgrading them for you.
There's 2 amethysts worth 100 gold pieces each.
Cool.
And there is 1 black pearl worth 500 gold pieces.
Oh.
Black pearls needed. How much is it? 1,000?
500.
500. Black pearls needed for some stuff too, I think.
Make sure you know that it's
diamonds...
a black pearl.
Yeah, I noted that it's black pearl. Because I know that diamonds are used for some stuff, and I think black pearl's used for something too. I will add this to my gems list. And then what's in the other pouch?
The other pouch seems to contain a mishmash of alchemical ingredients of some kind. Herbal ingredients of some kind. At a glance, you probably wouldn't recognize them unless you want to make just a flat int roll.
I hand them to Perrin, and I'm like,
Do you know what these are? They look like some kind of plants.
What roll do I make to identify? I guess survival? Or would it be
These ones are
actually-
pretty basic, and I think would probably just come under your general herbalism because your proficiency. So without a roll, you know that there's materials for 2 healing potions, 1 potion of 1 antidote, and 2 that are kind of like a lesser disease cure.
And these are all components?
Yeah, these are all in component form.
Okay.
and you're noting those. I'm not
Yeah,
going
I'll
to note
make
them
a
on my
note of
thing.
all those.
I had noted the gems. I added them to my gem sheet.
Okay.
And then the bottles, I can like taste those to figure out what they are, right?
Generally, yes. Though bear in mind that tasting a poison sometimes either just poisons you, or if it's a poison that's meant to be pretending to be something else, will tell
Maybe
you
we'll
it's
just
something else.
hand the entire box to Parent since he's like our potion master, and just be like,
Oh, and there's a few bottles in here. Maybe
I think what
know
you mean
they
is
are.
hand them to Bentham because he's got the most HP, and if he gets hurt, then he can probably live.
he's also our potion master.
Okay.
Can I attempt to identify the potions?
Yes.
I'm a master at drinking potions.
The identify spell also works the majority of the time as well. The identify spell can be used on non-magical objects as well. But yeah, as you go through them, the 4 vials in there. 1 vial is an antidote, which cures the poisoned condition.
That's nice.
1 vial is a greater healing potion.
Oh.
Ooh.
And the other 2 are potions of poison resistance.
It's like the personal effects of probably whoever ran the tent. Probably why they were trapped so well.
That makes sense. They want to protect
It
us
was
above
a very
anything
nice
else.
trap. That means we should probably be a little more careful as we are going about our business.
Imagine if there's
And
any other
it-
traps that were set, they were probably already sprung, but there's a possibility.
Going forward, as we explore more, Arena will be like on the lookout for traps, just so you're aware. She'll be going a little bit at a slower pace, looking around. Who wants to have those potions?
I've stuck them on my sheet for now, but someone else could take the antidote if they want, because I think
Yeah, you
That's
can
Your
all
touch
lay on
yourself.
hands does the same, yeah.
Maybe Skith.
or maybe I should
Yeah,
have
I'll
the
take
antidote
it.
on myself, so if like I pass out and I need it, I don't know. I don't know what the
That's
best
fair.
strat is.
I'm fine with you holding on to them.
Maybe someone else
The
should
greater
hold it
healing
for when they're
potion-
separate from me if they get. Is antidote
Yeah,
for
that's what I was
disease or for poison?
It's an
Poison,
antidote
right?
specifically for poison.
Right.
I mean, I'm probably good. It's gonna be Arena or myself getting poisoned, most likely.
I'm fine with Skith having that, and then it makes sense for you to have the greater healing potion. You have the most HP of us, Karen.
Okay. In that case, yeah.
'cause
Skith.
The
take
smaller
antidote
potions make sense
and-
to give to me and Skith because we have less HP. And then the poison resistance, maybe me and Skith, or maybe you. Do you have poison resistance already?
None of you do.
Oh, okay. You should have one of
but
those then.
I can heal poison with lay on hands though.
Yeah,
Poison
but
resistance is damage, not the condition. Poison
yeah, you
resistance is
should take
resistance
that
the
because you're going to
damage
be
type.
tanking mostly, and then maybe
Oh, okay.
Skith secondary. 'Cause I feel like you two, like Skith taking damage is not good, and then you taking damage, it's just you want to tank more. So I think each of you take one.
Well, all I have for disease heal is components to make one of them. Oh no, there's a poison resistance. I've got disease heal components. I've got a poison resistance potion. That's where I was getting confused.
Think you have a potion already, or you mean you?
I have a
No, he's
potion of
got
poison
components.
resistance, and I have the components to make a disease heal potion. That was where I was getting
Oh.
mixed up.
Two disease heal potions, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Then all of us can have a potion of poison resistance.
No,
No,
I
no,
only
no,
have
no,
one
there's only
potion of
two of them.
poison resistance.
You got two of them, Anthem.
We have two.
Oh, I have two. Wait, I have two potions
We
of poison
just got-
resistance,
We got one antidote
Okay.
poison of poison.
and I have the
we got
components to
greater
make one
healing
disease
potion.
heal potion.
Oh.
I believe that was two as well.
Okay. Oh, so right, two disease heal components, two poison resistant. Cool, works for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah, I can.
you take one
you
and
guys.
Skith take the other.
Yeah, I mean, again, Oh no, yeah, okay. I'll take one. Skip take the other. Right.
Yeah. It's so that because you're taking
Yeah.
the most damage, so for you to resist damage would be
I'm
good.
mixing up because antidote and disease heal and poison
Yeah.
resist, they're all very similar, but also not. So yeah,
Yeah.
Skith, you get one potion of poison resistance.
Then the rest go to
Yep.
Perrin. Makes sense.
I got
Yeah, and
antidote
those
and
once drunk will
resist.
give you resistance to poison damage type for an hour.
Ooh, that's nice. That's nice.
Not too bad.
And clearly there was
Yeah,
a need
not
for
bad.
these things out here, so we're gonna find something poisonous.
I mean, it's hard to make a potion of cure piercing damage or crushing damage from a T-Rex.
No, the chat's like Skith unintentionally tanks. So I know. I'm like, that's why I'm like, Skith, you take this.
You know, after you shoot a couple of lightning bolts and fireballs, things
People don't
tend to
like it.
target you. Yeah, they just. They're like,
That
you
guy
gotta
blew
shut
up all
that
my
All
down.
you
friends and
need
me.
is a magic item that's like, whenever you do lightning damage, you disappear for the turn.
There you go.
Ooh.
Just call
Not
it like
broken at all.
the shield of witness protection.
I give him what is it? Blink? Is Blink the one where you flicker in and out of?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a fun one.
There's also one that like you know what you might be able to do the illusion thing where you make like multiples of you and then they have to roll a percentage to see if they hit you or
Mirror
your
image,
mirror
yeah.
your mirror
Like
image.
a shadow clone?
Yeah.
Shadow
That'd
clone
be-
jutsu?
Yeah. That would be good for you actually.
I've been watching too much Naruto, sorry.
Oh, nothing wrong. Don't apologize for that.
After going through the entire compound,
Mhm.
that's what you managed to find. In addition to, you would also find 10 rations, regardless of your role, because they're just around. It's mostly kind of dried
someone
strips
needed
of meat.
rations, right? Who needed them? Karen?
I'm currently on 15 rations.
How many
I
do
think
you
I've got
have,
like
Skith?
10.
on, okay. 5 and 5.
9.
Each of you take 5 of those. I have a lot of rations because
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll take 5.
I
Yeah.
bought
I'll take
40.
5.
Because you know I'm a gnome. I need like my second lunch and my second breakfast and my second dinner.
That's halflings.
No, halflings just take second dinner.
They're still living off those dream leftovers.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
Well, then, shall we be on our way? It looks like they headed north.
Marina nods and will assist in scouting.
I gave the antidote to Skith, right? The one that we had.
I've got an antidote potion and a
yeah.
potion of poison resist.
Okay, I forgot to delete that off my sheet.
Whatever
But I have
you'd like
components
to
to make another antidote potion. So.
do. Okay, perfect.
While you're going north, assuming you're not going to try and stop to do hunting or whatever, you can move at a reasonable pace, although it is pretty heavy rainforest around here. So you're going to be slowed down, but luckily you do have Queenie with you. But bear in mind that while you're moving at a full pace, you're going to be a bit noisier than you normally would with Queenie. If you want to move at the stealth pace, you're going to be going half speed, and you will still be slightly noisier than usual with Queenie. It's up to you whether you want to move at a half pace.
Did you say it was raining?
Yeah.
At the moment, yes, it is a bit kind of like a
Gross.
a mid kind of rain, not quite like
it's squishy.
dramatic. Yeah.
Are we able to work out how far behind we are? Like how long it'll?
How many days?
How long ago the tracks were made?
Make a survival check.
Ooh,
Okay.
nice. Can multiple of us do that, or just him? Okay.
19.
14.
Yeah. 14, maybe a week, give or take. You're pretty sure it was probably just over a week ago. Plus a little bit, so probably more in the region of almost 2 weeks, maybe a little bit less. So about a week and a half, give or take a few days, Bentham.
I'd probably say then go at full pace for. Just keep going at full pace till it seems like we're. I mean, we'll see if we're catching them up. I suppose we'll go full pace for a few days and see if it looks like we're catching up or not.
Okay. Everyone happy with that?
There is the risk
Yeah,
that
I'm
we
okay
just
with
like
that.
blunder into their destination.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I think if we're hunting, we should probably be stealthier, personally.
We can do half pace.
Yeah.
Okay.
As much as Arena wants to find her brother, she also wants to be safe about it, getting to him.
Yeah.
Especially 'cause we have a good
You
strat.
could put him in danger as well as us and all that kind of thing.
Yeah. And we have a good strat, right? Like, we're going to use Queenie to distract, and then we're going to try to go in. So I think, like, we need to keep that sustainable.
In which case, if you want to move at a slow pace, I will need everyone to make me stealth rolls, and someone can do Pietro,
Well,
someone can
we're
do Red.
riding on her, so isn't it just hers?
Well, you're also like, are you making noise or not is also applicable to you, so you'll be rolling stealth
Gotcha.
as well.
That makes sense. I get advantage on this.
5.
I will
Pietro.
give. Oh, will you allow me to give?
No, this is like over a long period of time. Like a +5 wouldn't really be applicable.
22.
Nice.
That's the stealthiest I've ever been.
And if someone can do Pietro and someone can do Red,
Yep, I'm doing red right now, actually.
okay. And oh dear.
When Arnold
no.
Schwarzenegger
Oh, dear.
in Predator stealth.
Cobbo, are you gonna do Pietro?
I think I did. I think that's.
Oh right, yeah, it's rolled. Right, okay.
Makes you roll it.
No,
it's
it's Skith and also Skith because it rolls under your name. I forgot about that.
There's a lot of
Oh,
things in
that's
there.
why I thought I was awesome.
Yep. Okay, so 10, 5, 21, 22, 8, 8, 8.
Hey, War Racer.
The median's
Arena
8.
does want to be safe.
The median is
okay?
8.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Okay. And I also
I
need
got a 21.
someone to be taking lead and doing a perception check, and someone to be doing an investigation check. And someone can also do a survival check as well.
Only thing I can do is investigation out of those options.
Okay. I can do either. I can do all of them. So whatever you guys want to do first, I'll take what's
yeah.
left over.
I'm -3 to the other 2, so.
Okay. You take which
Yeah,
one you want to do.
My perception is 0, so
Yeah.
I'll do perception then. You can do survival.
I can. Yeah, I can do survival.
Okay.
And then also Corvid Bug gets perception.
We did
Technically,
real
it's
well
not
on those
bad.
rolls. 19.
Well, this is
Wow.
just for one person to be taking the lead and taking, like, so, for instance, Arena is the one who is on watch for enemies. Skiff's the one who's investigating surroundings, and
Yeah,
Perrin's
but
the one
like,
who's doing the
isn't
path leading.
Corvette about like an extension of my power, right?
It's not Corbot who can take like advantage of the situation. I might say that Corbot can give you advantage or whatever when on watch, but in this case, I'd probably just say that he would give you advantage rather than.
Yeah,
being
he
able to
can't
take...
be surprised either. So
yeah. So in this
17.
case, as you move forwards, you are not particularly stealthy. You have a very large T-Rex, and there aren't seats. You are wedged in next to band equipment, and quite often, someone smacks their head on a cymbal, someone grabs hold of the drum, someone kicks the bells on the tail, and it's kind of noisy. You are in a jungle. It's a bit difficult. Actually, yeah, it would be advantage for Corbett, but disadvantage because the foliage is really thick, so you would be rolling flat, so 17. Nonetheless, you progress for a few days. At which point, Skip, up ahead, kind of on the path that you have been following until now, with the direction of Perrin that seems to weave a little bit but goes pretty straight, this crushed foliage, you spot a very thin thread going across your path up ahead. Between two trees.
Wait. Everyone hold up.
What do you see?
There's a thread on the ground. Might be
Marina
another
looks
trap.
down. I'll hop down and I'll try to disarm this trap.
Okay. Thieves Tools Dex.
Be wary, this probably means that they're nearby. Maybe even watching this trap.
I will add a flash of genius if I can.
You can. This is like an instant
Another
moment
day.
kind of thing.
Oh yeah, what day is it? So I can add it to my notes.
Oh, let me.
The new day now, right?
1, 2, 3. There you go. Winter Deep, which you're not really feeling because it's the equator.
It's not winter. Yeah.
But it's definitely the right time to go to a tropical location that's slightly north of the equator. It's not as bad as it normally would be. Okay, Arena, as you're about to like cut the wire, you suddenly have the instinctive sensation of, no, that's not a good idea. And instead you go over and you kind of just twist the peg a little bit in one side of this little like blob of what appears to be kind of like gummed up paste surrounding something.
Okay.
And as you do that, the peg kind of has a slight cracking sound, and then little kind of yellowish greenish fluid kind of comes out around the peg. And as you then carefully remove it and look inside, make me a nature roll.
Ooh, okay. 21. Damn.
It looks like whatever that was probably a lot of very noxious substances that would have been released.
Does it look like there's enough where like Perrin could maybe like take some of this and use it for something?
No, not with a 16. If you've got a higher roll, yes. But with a
Okay.
16, you only just disarmed it.
Okay. Cool. I'll mention that to them and be like,
Nice spot, Skiff.
and then get back up on our dino friend.
Okay.
We should investigate the area just in case they have anyone posted nearby. And if this
That'll be
is here,
covered
this
under
means
her
that it's...
perception check.
And if this is here, this means that we're taking the path they expect people to take.
They did leave a giant trail, like pulling a blanket full of people.
And perhaps from now on we should travel next to the trail.
I'm not going in the thick jungle, Perrin. Plus, Queenie's just going to knock all the trees down anyway.
That's true. I do tend to knock down a lot of trees.
They'll just
All
be
right,
louder. At least this is cleared already.
Okay, we'll just have to move slow and watch for more traps. This may not be the only one.
As you progress for the 3 days, you don't seem to spot any enemies of any kind. No humanoids, no lizard men, anything like that. You do occasionally come across the odd animal that kind of bounds away. But since you aren't particularly hunting, you're kind of focusing on going as fast as possible. The following 3 days go without too much issue. And by following the path pretty close to it, you don't really get lost. If you want to kind of follow a little bit away from the path, you can do so. However, that will raise the DC. It's very thick foliage.
What do you guys think?
I don't like raised DCs.
Me neither.
You can also choose to travel mostly at night, which will significantly raise DCs to follow stuff, but it will also make it much harder to spot you.
According to the calendar, it is a full moon, at least at the time we found the tripwire.
So there's enough light. So
There is a reasonable amount of light at the moment if you want to try and travel by moonlight. It also makes you a little bit easier to spot as well, but it would definitely affect things, yes.
I'm down with either. I'll leave it to you guys.
Do we know if lizard men are nocturnal or what their like
Make a nature roll.
schedules are?
That's a good question. What do we know? 16.
Arena, you probably are aware that lizard men prefer to be active during the day. Most people prefer to be active during the day, but it's a bit more extreme for lizard men. Lizard men, unlike Dragonborn, are a bit more cold-blooded. Like, Dragonborn are actually pretty hot-blooded, but lizard men are more cold-blooded, and they prefer to be more active during the day generally. They don't have to be, though. They aren't completely bound to it. They are able to make fires, etc., which kind of alleviates them from that need. But yes, they prefer to be active during the day.
Okay. I will relay that to you.
I'd say definitely travel at night then.
Okay. Okay. In which case, for the next few days, if everyone can give me stealth rolls again. Queenie
It's
gets
just
a 11. Perrin
Every
gets a
time.
2.
Every time.
Arena gets a 20. Skiff gets a 6.
Like, at the end of the day, it's only a -1 I get to my stealth. Like, I'm actually
got a
also just
+1.
rolling bad.
Okay. So the 2 and the 21 cancel, the 20 and the 6 cancels, the 11 and 17 cancels. So the average is 10. Does
It's an
that
improvement.
And I can't give
Yeah.
anyone a +5.
No, because this is over the next few days again as well.
Okay. Yeah.
So 10.
You
It's
know,
a
I
little
just wanna
better, but
ask.
still pretty noisy. However, enemies will have disadvantage to spot you because of the dark, even with dark vision, bear in mind. Right. Again, if someone can give me a survival roll, are you traveling on or away from the path? I'm looking mostly at Perrin here because you did it last time.
Perrin's advice
Let's
is
say off.
go off the path.
Yeah, I was thinking off the path too.
Give me a survival roll with disadvantage then.
Okay, survival
Um,
roll.
Skith, give me an investigation roll. But this will also be at disadvantage because it's in the dark.
10.
And
Oh no.
Arena,
That one from Skiz.
Arena,
Oh,
if you can
no.
give me your perception check, the disadvantage and the advantage from Corbett will cancel out, so it'll be a flat perception check from you. 13.
13.
Okay.
And if I can add a flash of genius, I will.
This is again over a bit of a this is a
Okay.
few days of travel rather than making you roll for like each individual instance.
I just want to, I gotta ask.
Yeah. As
Take
you
what I
make
can
your way
get.
forwards over the next few days, it's definitely harder. You're pushing through the bit thicker jungle. Luckily with Queenie, there is an advantage to that. And while you're getting better at being stealthy, it's still not great. There's still a certain amount of noise made. Luckily the jungle around you kind of keeps that in a little bit. However, the first thing you kind of realize, one night when you're making camp, can everyone roll me a d4? Don't bother doing it for Red or Corvid bot because they'll stick close. Pietro would be eligible for this as well, though.
3.
And this is for.
For reasons.
You want me to do it for someone else too, or just?
No, I only need one from each player character plus Pietro.
Okay, so Skith.
I
needs to
did.
do
The
twice.
second one's Pietro's.
Okay. So, although you don't notice it, Skith, Queenie, as you're setting down for the night, walks straight into
Uh-oh.
something half buried just off the track in this kind of useful clearing. And as you're setting down for the night, the big Tyrannosaurus foot goes, "Dunk," and you hear a
Oh no.
and a cloud expands around Queenie's foot, which will hit Queenie and Perrin. I need Queenie and Perrin to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, +3.
Queenie
13.
won't get your +3, but you do. Okay. So, a 20-foot radius of this kind of greenish fog just up around you. And as you inhale it, you can kind of feel this caustic sensation burn into you. And then suddenly, as it kind of gets through into your lungs, you feel yourself retch. Your throat begins to tighten, and you can feel yourself going dizzy. You take
Oh my
28 points of
gosh.
poison damage.
I guess I didn't save well enough.
And Queenie takes 14.
Oof.
As you stumble out of the cloud, it does slowly disperse over the course of the next few minutes. That would have straight up killed Pietro. No, actually, would have put Pietro down.
Oh no.
Yeah, Perrin definitely, like, once he's recovered from the initial effect, is gonna, like, draw sword and be ready and just looking out, like, they could be here, they could not, just be ready.
Okay.
I say he draws the sword, he just holds the hilt of Mind Killer. which is
Arena
all
will
he
be
needs.
on, like, crouched down, holding her crossbow out. Or not crossbow, her injury sufficient gun.
Okay, I need to make a check.
Oh my god. Can we see where the direction of this thing came from at all?
It was a trap in the ground.
Okay, it was a trap in the ground.
Yeah.
We just didn't see it because we're newbies.
Because
That terrible
the dice said
investigation.
no.
And that one investigation is what I'm assuming that was from.
and my survival didn't help.
Yeah, my perception wasn't the greatest either.
And it was the best roll out of what we had.
Resistance potion lasts 1 hour for people asking in chat.
So, over the course of the next 10 minutes, you kind of wait there, anticipating attack. Nothing happens. No sign of anyone coming to attack you.
I guess we continue, but more cautiously.
Okay. You rest up for the night and make your way on. Okay. I will need, if you're going to continue going stealthy, I need everyone to make me stealth checks again.
One of these days, we keep getting. One of these days we'll do okay, right? Not today,
Dang
sir.
it.
15!
Not
I finally
today.
got double digits on a stealth roll. It's been years.
It's been years. Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Oh no!
Oh.
Oh no!
Queenie got a natural one.
Oh, this-
Oh my god!
Let's
Oh.
stealth
Ring
on a
of-
giant T-Rex with a band on it.
Yeah. So the natural one counts as 2. So that will
Oh.
be the natural one cancelling out the 16 and one of the 15s. The 6 cancels out the other 15. I believe you've got an 8 and a 9 left.
8.5.
Did red roll? Did everyone roll? I thought there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Pietro didn't. Oh, Pietro rolled. Let's get roll
Pietro, yeah.
twice.
1, 2, 3. Pietro, red, Cobot. Yeah. Oh no,
Yeah.
there should be an odd number. Ah, it's because double for the T-Rex. That's why. That's why it's throwing me. So with an 8.5. Unfortunately, Queenie just tramples straight through a thick grove of trees that she couldn't quite see. And there is a loud cracking sound as the boughs of them just break under her impact. And that is heard.
Oh no. Arena's just like on high alert now. And she's just like looking around. Shit.
Arena, feel free to make me your perception roll.
Okay.
Bentham, make me your survival roll, disadvantage. And Cobot, make me investigation, disadvantage.
Oh no. Can I
Natural
add
1
my
on the
+5
investigation.
to that?
No, this is over the course of like this little journey.
Oh my god, we're rolling so
8
bad.
perception, 4 investigation with a net 1 and 10 survival.
Okay. I'm gonna have to advance all the days. 1,
You
2,
know what?
3.
Roll 20 loves
5,
messing with us.
6.
It makes us roll really well in certain circumstances and then really poorly in others, and it just tells a
Started
tale.
off pretty good.
Tale as old as time.
Okay, so the moon's getting pretty thin, and it's definitely not helping you.
I'm scared.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's a different day now. It's Moon's Day.
Let me see if I can.
What happens on Moon's Day?
So
Moon's Day.
as that happens, Queenie kind of shuffles a little bit and gets you all to kind of step down in case something happens. I'm gonna go have a look ahead, just in case I scared anything. I'll be right back.
Oh no, she's not coming back.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh, hey, a battle map.
Oh no. Ooh, this is so pretty.
Oh god.
Oh, I like this map. Oh no. Are we like in the... Is there like... Are we like in a crevasse?
It's a bit of a valley.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
So many pets.
I know. I'm kind of used to this. I play like a summoner person in another campaign now, and I can summon like 8 pets or something crazy. So I'm getting used to having lots of pet creatures. Oh, he's so cute. Look at, I can make the birdies kiss.
Well, that birdie needs to be there, smaller.
Oh,
I imagine
that's even
that
cuter.
the setup is probably something like that. Skith, you'll have got to heal since you last took damage.
Oh, I don't want to be. Oh, okay. This is we're going this direction.
Right, it's been
Yeah.
days.
Yeah, it's been a fair few days.
Maybe Corvid bot behind in case.
Well, if Corbot's in between... Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Actually, you need to be up front because you're perceiving... Actually, no, you could be anywhere. It has to be them two up front because one's looking for traps. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I did not expect the rolls to go quite that badly, which is
Well,
on me. That's my bad.
I don't think we ever want that to happen. Do you want to put us more in the back up here?
Oh, no,
Or
that's fine.
I guess you're surrounding us or something, maybe.
Oh, I would never do that.
Yeah. That's why I was thinking Corvid. It would make more sense for Corvid to be behind, because we would want someone to tank from behind if these two are in front.
Okay.
That makes more sense.
Let me Scrap this.
The music has gotten quiet.
Ominous.
Ominous. Yeah, it's like the calm before the storm.
As you walk through the trail left by Queenie, Corvidbot, always on the lookout for threats, suddenly, as several arrows come in from the side, Corvidbot will get to act normally in the surprise round.
Okay. Let me check.
Oh boy.
Oh Lord, they coming.
Okay.
Ooh, red gets you.
Corvidbot goes on Arena's turn in the surprise round, so as they unleash their fire at you, Corvidbot gets to act.
Okay. Is this up on top of a ridge?
Yeah, there's like a 10-foot ridge there.
So 5.
The dino is a tiny creature.
But Corvidbot goes first, right?
Yep. Corvidbot kind of just twigs as they pull the bows back. Here's the...
Corvidbot will run up and jump and...
Right, make me an athletics roll.
Oh, actually, you know what?
Oh.
Does this guy look buff?
Corvidbot can't really see him very well, so he's only just coming out of the brush. But from what he can see, it seems to be quite a buff dude. Like, there is a lot of, like, pec muscle on there as this guy is coming out of the foliage.
Oh, you know what? It doesn't make sense because I'm not calling it out. Corvidbot is seeing it, right? I'm going to say Corvidbot wouldn't use the missile launcher. Corvidbot only does that if I call it out. So I'm going to say he runs up and force runs.
Okay, make me an athletics roll. And I'll need the athletics roll first.
Let me roll athletics first. Sorry. 14.
14. Yeah, Corvidbot can 1, 2,
I don't know why
3,
auto did the
4,
damage.
5, 6, 7. Just enough movement to get up there. And then 13.
Corvidbot can go 40 feet.
Yeah. That is a hit. So that's 9 points.
Slashing.
Okay. Corvidbot swings out with a wing and catches this guy. And as this guy rears up, you can all kind of look over and see, while there seems to be a human body there, there's a snake head coming out of the top of the torso.
Cool.
With green, piercing eyes.
Is that what lizard men are?
I think he's a different kind of lizard man.
You got a 14 on your nature check before? No, not really.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's a snake guy.
He's instead
Snake man.
going to make a bite attack against Corvidbot. $14 misses. Bites down, but doesn't actually manage to get through the armor. And then with the next attack, he's going to swing out with the sword. 18. Hits, doing 6 points of slashing damage.
6 points on Corvid.
Mm-hmm. The other 3 are going to launch arrows. 1 apiece each of you. One. Oh, that should be advantage because surprise.
Oh, I need to add the one here so it can freak out at me.
22 to hit Arena.
Let's see if I shielded.
You can't shield on a surprise attack. because
Oh,
you don't have a reaction.
yes, you hit me then. Yes, you
Right.
hit me.
Arrow slams into your side as you notice Corvidbot run off. as you turn, hits you in the side. You take 7 points of piercing and 4 points of poison damage as you feel something move
much
into your
piercing?
veins. 7 piercing and 4 poison, so 11 total.
Okay. And I'm poisoned?
No, you just take poison damage.
Okay, gotcha.
Against Skiff, 6 and 6. Arrow just goes straight in front of you, Skiff. As you kind of pause to look around, the arrow... And against Perrin, 13. Perrin, as you turn and your armor begins to up the side of your face, arrow ting, just hits as it grows up past the side of your jaw. Okay, we're into initiative. It's Red's turn.
All right, Red is going to see Corvid but run up, and he's going to try to run up here. Or do I need to be on the other side?
What?
Within 5 feet of the creature, and the ally isn't. Okay,
I don't
he can be
think
here.
Red's movement will allow that because he's only got 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 10 foot and 5. He needs 35 to get there.
Corvid could go here, right? And then he could have gone here.
No, that would have taken him 35. Because it takes 10 foot to go vertically up and then 5 foot move sideways. And
So
an
he could only
athletics
go
roll.
like, he can only go like here. is what
Yeah,
you're
but
saying?
he'd be down a tier there, yeah.
Wait, why isn't 13 up? It's 10 feet to go up, right?
5, 10.
Yes, and then 5 to move sideways. 5,
Oh.
10, 15, 20, 10 foot up and 5 foot sideways, 35.
You're counting the tile he's already in as his movement.
Oh, was he here?
Starts here, right?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
there.
Right, yeah, okay, he can make it there then. Yeah, sorry. I thought he was in the green one.
Okay, so he could make it.
He can make it there, yep. He'll need to make me an athletics roll.
Okay, athletics roll first.
He is smaller, so it's going to be a bit more difficult, but...
Yeah, he has negatives to athletics because he doesn't have athletics.
10.
10. Is it enough to get up?
Not quite, unless he wants to spend a dash. If he spends a dash, I'll say he gets there, but otherwise he won't quite have enough to get up there on a 10.
Oh.
With him being a tiny creature. It's a 10-foot climb.
Okay, I guess I have to. 'Cause
Okay,
otherwise
yep.
he can't attack. Yeah.
He dashes and he manages to get all the way up there.
If that's. Okay.
He still will have, after a dash, about 20 foot of movement left. So if you want to move further around or anything, you can.
Yeah, maybe like here or here. I mean, yeah, I can't move him. Oh, I can do alt movements.
Yeah,
we
alt
go.
there.
He's
Yeah. Okay. Pietro.
Okay. I'll have Pietro move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then use Vicious Mockery on the snake guy.
Nice. What does he say?
Okay.
What does Pietro say?
I know you're a snake. I should use the
Oh, you
actual...
gotta do his voice, yeah.
I know you're a snake, but I'm actually gonna give you a verbal tongue lashing that you'll regret.
Aw, cute.
Okay,
Pietro's so cute.
right, you want to print that in chat?
Sure.
You know, just a sentient pangolin talking smack.
This joke is fantastic.
Oh, well,
So it's a wisdom save.
Yep, or D1 for psychic and disadvantage on the next attack roll.
Unfortunately, as the snake man kind of looks over, just shakes his head.
Oh.
No.
So no damage, no disadvantage.
Arena will be like,
It was a
Tried.
good one. I like it.
Thank you, I think I only got the pity laughs.
Okay. And Perrin.
Maybe
If you
it's
want, by
heard
the
that
way,
joke before.
if you want, you can use your bonus action to summon a shadow sword for him.
Oh,
Bear in mind, he's
yeah.
a warlock, so his spell slots come back on short rests, if that matters. You don't have to.
Sure. Yeah.
Pietro
Shadowblade.
3-foot-long blade of shadows coalesces out from nearby, and suddenly you have a less than foot tall pangolin holding a 3-foot blade of shadow. Okay.
Okay, I would like to climb up here. 1, 2, 3, and then get up onto that ledge.
Okay, make me an athletics roll. Yeah, with
15.
ease you managed to get up there.
That's 1, that's 5, 10, 15, 25, 30. Yep, that's where I can get to. And I'm going to attack this guy. Oh, I don't have my
Okay.
bonus action. Oh, let's put a hunter's mark on him. Let's do that.
Okay.
Oh, I forget that when I press that, it just rolls hunter's mark damage instead of printing hunter's mark.
You can change it in the dialogue, but for now, you want to make your attack?
Okay, and then we'll take a swing with Mind Killer. That's a great sword, of course.
You draw the sword and shadows coalesce in a different way in front of the blade.
Yep.
24 is definitely a hit.
Like, did it go away for anyone else there? It said 24, and then 24 disappeared and then came back again.
Yeah. I saw it.
And I will make sure Hunter's Mark is applied to that. And we'll put a level 1 smite in it.
Okay.
Presumably not a fiend. I wouldn't expect so, just
No.
in case. Okay, 27.
Okay, yeah. You see the blade just pass
So many
through,
ones.
and there's a of gray light, and it goes.
I rolled so many ones on the core damage.
You have another multi attack.
Yep, we'll go again. Oh, and the Hunter's Mark is actually going to apply every time. That's nice. Oh, 14.
That's a hit.
Oh, it's a hit. Nice. We'll not put a smite in
He's
this.
not wearing much armor.
We'll see how. God, so many ones. That's better. Okay, 15.
15. Yeah, this again goes through, and you see that, like, from the side of the mouth, the snake person, blood starts to drip.
Oh, we were flanking. I should have had like advantage, right?
Yes, you should have done. Feel free to roll the last attack once more.
Just in case it becomes a crit, which would be awesome.
Yeah. No, but you definitely hit as you sort of swing the blade in and hold it inside the torso for a bit. That brings us to Arena's turn.
All right. For my turn, which one hit me?
This one here.
And no one else has hit that one yet, right?
Nope, not yet.
I'm gonna move. Would this give me like cover at all if I move behind these plants? 'Cause I'm small. I'm small.
I would say because you're small, they'd give you half cover if you go to here, because that like proper bush in front
Go
of you
here?
will cover you a bit. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go there, and I'm gonna cast Hunter's Mark on this with my Vengeance ability
Okay.
on my gun. This is the first time I've ever used it. I'm kinda
As you
excited
point
about
the
it.
gun down the sights, even though you don't have a scope, you do feel the world kind of lens, and you definitely focus in on this one.
Yeah, that's my turn for her, and Corvidbot is gonna attack here.
Hunter's Mark is a bonus action.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay then. I am going to attack. That's even
Okay.
cooler. I don't get to like transfer it like other people do though. It stays on the one character. Injury. Why is it not? Oh, because I need to select her.
That's a hit.
21. It didn't add my, even though I have Hunter's Mark selected, so I will add an extra. 14
Okay, yeah, the
damage.
first round slams into the side of this human and...
Second round. 12. Oh.
That is a hit.
Is it really? Well then, next round I might have something else I'm gonna do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
That's 13.
12. Yeah. Can't do math.
Yeah, the second round slams into her belly. She... Corvibot can't go, so
because I
stands
used my
there,
bonus action
yeah.
to cast Hunter's Mark. Yeah.
but is providing a handy flanking bonus.
Yes.
Um,
And Corvibot, I think at most could do that 9 plus 4 damage. So it.
Yeah, no,
Kinda
it's definitely
evens
better
out.
for you.
Yeah.
Skith, you're up.
Yeah.
What was that noise?
I can't find a spot to drop my fireball. That's not going to blow this raptor up.
We kind of crowded around in the
Oh.
middle of everything.
Don't.
I mean,
don't
you could
fireball.
probably do like a lightning bolt if you wanted like that.
Oh.
Because the raptor
Or-
is tiny,
yeah.
so if you hit the top of the dude, you wouldn't hit the raptor.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I guess that's going to be my option. I wanted to fireball them, but
Sorry.
1, 2. That. Need to be probably up one more.
If you want, you can turn it into a fire bolt. That's a different
Nah.
spell, but
Well, lightning's
Okay.
better for Skith, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. I'll do
Okay.
that. I'll line it up, take aim, and release a bolt of crackling death. Where's my... Oh, I got Pietro's sheet up and got all the sheets up. Here we go. Lightning bolt.
25.
okay. So 25 points of damage.
If
Save
I
on
way more
half.
dice on the screen than it
What?
should have there. Like,
Oh dear, I rolled
Why are there
really
so
bad.
many?
oh,
Why did it roll so many dice?
8d6, but that's...
Yeah, for some reason it rolled like twice the dice, and also they had a bunch of ones that weren't actually in the roll. It's weird.
Yeah. So, as you look over at this, like, very muscled man with the snake head, fighting, currently trying to ward off Corvibot, a raptor, and Perrin as Perrin slices in, you just raise the staff and blast of lightning goes straight forth, hits his head, and you can see a flash of, like, suddenly bones, and goes straight through, hitting the woman up behind with the longbow. And he just drops, and the woman suddenly looks down at you with a bit of fear. He
Maybe we
is...
should talk to them, but they shot at us first, so.
They did shoot at us, yeah.
Is that adding my charisma modifier to that damage as well?
It didn't.
No,
What do you get your charisma
it's just
modifier
the
from?
dice.
Elemental affinity, starting at 6th level. When you cast a spell that deals damage to the type associated with your ancestry, add your charisma modifier to that damage. At the same time, I can spend 1 sorcery to gain resistance to that type of damage for 1 hour.
That's an additional
Also, you get
5,
a plus
right?
1 for you're using your
5.
wand as a focus,
So
right?
that it added that, I believe.
Okay. It
I don't think it actually did.
No, it
You're
didn't
right.
add that either. It's
I'm
only-
looking
Oh,
and I
no.
don't see a plus 1.
So that's a
only,
-6. Yeah, she is looking really rough.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna make sure I'm getting my, because that's a
Yeah,
lot
the
of
roll on-
extra damage. It's
All
like
the
another
roll had was
D6.
the 8d6, nothing else.
Yeah.
No other bonus.
What would
Mm.
else would you like to do, Skith?
That's it. I'm gonna.
Okay.
I mean, I feel pretty accomplished finishing that one off. But gas, and then I will stand there like a target dummy.
Okay.
I feel like there's some behind us hiding. I don't know. I
Yeah,
just have
it's
a bad
like
feeling.
this is what kind of ambush uses one ridge out of two?
Less chance of forest fires. I was gonna be
She
like,
moves forwards.
raiding.
Range on there.
Oh man. You ruined Red's thing that he gets to do.
To there.
Who, me?
Yeah, by killing
I
him.
need Red, Corvidbot,
Eat it.
and Perrin to make me. I closed the sheet by mistake.
Concern.
Sorry about
Oh, is this gonna be some poison breath
that.
thing?
Constitution save.
All right, everyone gets a +3. They're all near me.
Pass,
19.
pass.
21.
Wait, everybody? Who?
No.
Red, Corvidbot, and
Okay.
Perrin.
What is this poison? I'm immune to poison if it's Corbett bot.
You're immune to the effect poison. Are you immune to the damage
Charmed,
type?
exhaustion, and poison conditions, and damage for poison.
Oh. Okay, in which case it has no effect.
On Corbett bot, yeah.
Nice.
I like that's the one thing Corbett bot has.
I mean, it's made out of
Really
metal,
do.
so.
So, and also I rolled
Yeah.
really bad. So, as she walks over, there's definitely something wrong about her walking style. It seems odd to you, Perrin. And as she gets close, she looks over you and over the fallen body between and looks a kind of a bit surprised and afraid.
Oh.
And out her mouth, a wave of poison spreads. You take 1 point of damage, and so does Red.
Oh, Red takes
Now
one.
that tickles.
Yeah. And as you kind of stand there, looking kind of nonplussed, like that wouldn't even bloody a commoner. She's like, steps back.
It hurts though for poor little Red. Like one of his little feathers.
One feather kind of goes a little bit singed at the edge.
Aw.
Okay, the next one. Yeah, the one up above looks down at the one below.
Off the tongue.
And looks over at Perrin. Skith, make me a perception roll.
Oh, gosh. Yeah. Here we go.
You don't hear what they said.
Oh no.
But Perrin. Oh wait, no, Perrin, make me a perception check.
They
I
were
forgot
talking
you
mad
could
Speaking
smack
draconic,
about
aren't
you.
they?
Yeah, I don't speak draconic.
Don't screw it up. 9.
Don't catch it.
Oh my
No.
gosh, you guys.
He turns
Damn
to
it.
you, Perrin, and looks at
rolls
you, and
today.
suddenly you notice that the eyes are slits. While she looks human in every other way, the eyes are slits, and the features are very thin.
Oh.
You look like a strong one. Do me a favor and kill that one with blue scales with that sword of yours. Make me a wisdom saving throw. You have an advantage because you Fey ancestry, I believe, right?
Kind of hit on you.
Yeah, advanced saving throws against being charmed.
Yep, that would count.
Nice.
Was it wisdom?
Yep.
Okay, wisdom with advantage and my +3.
Reggie.
16.
Well, that's clutch. Yeah, you just completely throw it off. You definitely feel something push against your mind.
Yeah, there's kind of a moment where like he's fighting it and then he looks up and he just says no.
She like looks over at you like, and the one off to the edge steps out. You there with the blue scales. You are almost on your way to perfection. Would you do me a favor? Kill your friends up there, gesturing towards this group. I need you to make me a wisdom save. Skith.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Look how happy Cobalt looks to kill us. He looks so happy.
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
you know what? Skiff, don't. We'll see what happens on your turn.
No.
Wait,
Do you want me
what?
to make it or the
Make it
throw?
on your turn, because that's the
Okay.
end of their turn.
Oh god. We're not even gonna
Oh
know.
no.
Make an athletics check.
Wait, Perrin,
Yeah,
Natural
Bo, I know.
one.
Perrin
That's why
knows
I
the
said
track
that.
record. He's gonna.
I was like, that's
Uh,
the one thing I'm immune to.
Okay, she falls down the side of the mountain as she tries to scramble up it. She does remain with concentration, but she takes 3 points of falling damage.
It sounds like an arena thing.
klutzy.
Arena's like, I do this thing, and then I fall on my face.
Okay, it's Red's turn.
All right. Red is not going to get the bonuses that Red likes, but Red is going to run over here up to this one and be like, you poisoned me. Peck, 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 peck. And it's going to it's going to make 2 attacks, one with its bite and one with its claw shoe.
Okay.
And it doesn't get advantage because no friends are near it.
That's a hit.
9 piercing, and then we do. Is she still up? Last shoe?
She is still up as the bite like goes into the back of her hamstring and starts ripping and tearing.
11?
That just hits.
Ooh, all right. 7 claw shoe.
And using that kind of purchase as she stumbles, jumps upwards, and the talons just go straight into the back and starts tearing. And you see her cry out, put a hand forwards, and then just fall down as Red is suddenly very red.
Uh-oh. Does that mean my hunter's mark drops? Womp, womp, womp.
Your hunter's mark would drop, yeah.
Okay.
Technically, it'd still be up, but you can't transfer it with the thing
Oh, I
unless
can't
someone else has
transfer it.
injured you. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying.
I believe I'd have to double check. I can't remember what the rules are.
I
for
think it
an
doesn't
infiltration.
transfer. I think
Okay,
you made
yeah.
it
In
so
which
it
case,
doesn't
yeah, it
transfer.
drops. Yeah, but you do get it as a reaction, which is nice. No, you
I'll
get an
paste
extra
it in
attack as an
chat.
action, don't you? Yeah. Gives them 2 chances. Yeah. At third, targeting any creature that
You may
freezes
not
you, you may not
transfer
transfer
the
the
mark
mark
to
to another
another.
creature. Yeah, yeah. But it is at 3rd level, which means that if someone had got away, you'd be able to track them. I think for like a day or something.
Gotcha.
It's more of like a hunting people down kind of thing. It's
Yeah.
still great for the damage though, you proved. That brings us to Pietro. Pietro has a sword up, but can still cast like Eldritch Blast and stuff. And also bear in mind he can throw the sword, I believe 20, 60.
Oh yes. Okay, let's. Yeah, getting him up on that ledge is 1, 2, 3. Yeah. How far did you say I can throw the sword?
She can throw it. You can throw it at her, but it'd be disadvantage because it's beyond. I think it's 2060 is the range.
I mean, we may as well.
Okay. That will be a disadvantage
He's
attack
like,
roll. I
"Why
believe it's
not?"
listed on the profile as Shadow Blade.
Shadow Blade disadvantage. Oh wait.
Oh, and she's in the dark. And Shadow Blade gets advantage in the dark, so it'd be a flat roll.
No.
Oh. Okay.
Nice.
Shadow Blade is a great spell. I love it.
Wait. Click. Cast at level.
Oh, yeah,
wait.
you've cast it. You need now to just make an attack roll. I think
Yeah,
it's on
yeah.
the
Right,
first
right,
page,
right,
isn't it? A blade as a weapon.
Sorry, they have so many things open. Yes.
You can move.
Here
You
we
can
go.
pop them out into other screens, by the way, if you didn't know that.
Oh
Cobalt.
right.
20.
Yeah.
That might help you because I think you have multiple monitors. Right?
Pietro kind of jumps
Yes.
up, spins over, and as he spins, gaining momentum, the blade
Oh,
out.
that's way better.
Yeah, figured that would
And-
help you.
As this one looks down at her friend, and then looks up at you, the blade just goes. She collapses backwards. And
Yeah.
you can use a bonus action to call the blade back. So If you want, Pietro can bonus action it back to the hand.
Dude, Pietro, that's
little-
sick. Like a boomerang.
As he does that, the bonus action, you see the blade into shadow. The shadow then across the ground up to Pietro before back up into the hand. Suddenly the blade is back.
It's creepy.
It's cool.
Oh yeah. Shadow Blade is a great warlock spell. That means Perrin's turn.
Cool.
Okay, so the one who's still standing is the one who tried to charm Skith, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Probably
so
did.
yeah.
You just don't know yet.
Yeah, Perrin knows that it was attempted, and Perrin knows Skith. He's gonna assume he's gotta take this person out to make sure everybody's safe. So he's gonna
If it
go
helps,
charging
she's
over
also
there.
prone right now because she slipped and fell and then failed her acrobatics roll.
Fantastic.
She's prone.
Doop, doop, doop.
You
we're gonna
advanced on the attack roll.
bonus action to transfer the hunter's mark onto her. And then we're gonna go in for the swing.
Okay, you have advantage. That's a hit.
Poor
22.
creatures in the jungle.
We're gonna.
Jeez.
They've
we're
never
gonna
seen
put-
us before.
I mean, they tried to kill us immediately, so you know.
Yeah, but
It's true.
I
They
feel
shot
like
at us
I, mean,
first.
I was thinking about keeping one alive, but this one has charmed our nuke, so gotta take him out.
and Pietro's the closest target to me.
I mean, I guess I could non-lethal them, but
I mean, she did gesture to your friends on the cliff, so she was kind of indicating, yes, kill these people. Because you seem to be an area attacker.
yeah,
Ah,
it's
okay.
like if you're gonna. No, that's no, it targeted me. Well,
Yeah.
it could. Problem is, could hit red. Don't want it to hit red. Definitely not.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no. If he's charmed, the likely target would be a fireball that would hit all of you on the cliff.
Yep. So, gotta get this done. We're gonna put a level 2 smite in it. There we go.
Okay.
Okay.
Oi.
27.
Okay, you stab down with the blade just straight into the side of her chest as she wriggles and writhes on her arms and legs that are kind of backwards turned. Blast of light out. Ah, I will see you dead. You have another attack.
I'll go again.
Oh, I wish I'd been popping these out the whole time.
Skith, make me that wisdom save just in case, because I think she's gonna lose concentration or be dead shortly, so...
There it is.
So one. Yep, you're definitely like, oh, okay, let's size them up. You're preparing the fireball.
She's kind of cute. Let's kill our whole party.
Yeah. Makes complete sense. Yeah,
yeah,
and
Perrin-
as that happens, the blade goes in. You suddenly feel that thought disappear from your mind as she loses concentration on it.
Yeah.
I don't
As
kill
like
them anymore.
as Perrin stands over them, he's like, "You chose a fight to the death, and death you shall have." Ah!
Okay, as he says, "Blah!" Make the attack roll.
24.
That's a hit.
Damn.
Presumably she's bloodied. Like,
Oh, yeah.
she is definitely looking hurt.
Did you
Okay.
include your hunter's mark?
He did.
yeah, it's in there. Yep. And yeah, we'll just do this. Hunter's mark. 14.
As you bring the sword down, she tries to get up. It just passes straight through her neck. And although the neck doesn't cut, she just goes limp and crashes to the ground.
Ooh. So there's just one up that we can see.
There are none up.
Oh, there's none up.
You obliterated that party.
Oh man, I didn't get to do my thing. I was so excited about it.
Everyone all right?
I'm alright.
Better.
I go up to the ridge and I like look over at the other side and kind of peer and see if there's anything lurking there.
Okay, make a perception roll.
Arena will check on Corvidbot and Red and make sure Skith is okay.
Doesn't seem to be anything.
Mentally, if Skith is okay.
Fantastic. Did you see that killing blow? right through the head with the lightning.
I got an up-close look. It was very well positioned, straight between me and Corbin Pot.
Very difficult not to hit you as well when I do that. Lots of practice it took. Not so many were lucky.
Well, like it would stop you. You've hit him before.
Yes, but that was intentional.
When you say that, Arena's like, because I don't think Arena knows that you've been intentionally doing that.
I mean,
She
Corbin
said-
Bot, you can just rebuild him. It's fine. And Perrin, he's good at taking fireballs.
Whatever these people
Basically
are,
swims in it.
whatever these people are, they picked a fight way beyond their abilities.
Would I recognize these from any like books or anything? These creatures or
like-
stories?
Make a nature or history or religion roll. Nature
I'll
or
do
history would be slightly better.
history. It makes more sense to me that she would know from history, like a book. 18.
Okay. Probably not. There are stories of snake people, but you probably don't know anything in detail.
Okay.
Where did Queenie run off to? Maybe she could tell us what they are.
We should catch up with her. Maybe this was actually a distraction for a larger trap up ahead.
Arena
See
nods
Queenie
and-
coming back now.
Oh.
Oh, hi there. Did something go wrong? Did I miss out?
There were these creatures and they came and attacked us.
And Arena points to one
That's
of
not
them
good.
that is still semi put together and not slashed up and murdered.
See, it has a head of a snake, and he's like poking it with his rod. And then the body of a man. It's very odd.
What are you doing with the body?
I was poking it
With your...
with my rod.
Okay.
Arena
The
will look
storm
up and be
rod.
like,
I've never seen creatures like this before. They just started to attack us.
Don't know what these are. I'm sorry. I wish I could be of more help.
You've never seen them before?
No.
That's very strange.
I don't spend a lot of time around here normally.
I don't think they were
Alright.
expecting us to come by.
We were making a lot of noise. Looks at stealth roll, looks at group, looks at stealth roll, looks at group.
Hey, don't blame me.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on that entire marching band.
I probably
Arena's
used to-
gonna
saved
pop
us so
on-
much time traveling.
Arena's gonna pop onto Corvid Bot and strap herself. And get ready to continue moving forward.
They must be used to ambushing groups of lizard men or maybe animals coming through here.
Looks
If
like they
they're
certainly
even-
bit off more than they could chew.
If they even are from here, they could be a group of assassins.
How much further do you think we are?
Aaron, you're pretty sure that your destination's somewhere near here, but you may have got lost at some point with your survival roll in the dark.
Oh no.
How long does Perrin think we have to our destination?
Probably a day or two's travel from here. You have been moving at a slow pace, so...
I think it should only be a couple of days now. Roughly.
I'm so sick of going through this jungle.
Make a wisdom roll, Aaron.
Okay. Straight wisdom. Just a d20. 2.
Does not matter. I will carry on.
Oh no.
You know nothing.
Channel your
Um,
yeah.
We're gonna come out the trees to an ocean. Perrin's gonna be like, I don't even know which ocean this is. There shouldn't be an ocean where we're going.
I can start burning everything down, and that should let us see better.
I don't think that is a good idea. We
Right,
should
right.
continue going forward.
That
Being
would also
very careful of possible traps.
would probably draw attention, unwanted attention as well.
Marina nods.
Well, I'm not very good at this sneaking thing, but I can try.
All we can do is try.
We could go a little slower and I could go ahead.
You think that would be safe?
We probably should stay together. Seems that whatever we're dealing with likes to abduct people, and having multiple people to search for seems like a nuisance.
We'll stick together and we'll do our best. If this is the kind of resistance we can expect, this is not going to be too much trouble.
I don't think we should get too comfortable. If we run into a feral T-Rex or one of those creatures, they're much more sturdy than these humanoids we've been dealing with.
I know there's plenty out there that could be a danger to us.
Yes, I feel we've been getting lucky so far.
Okay. So you want to continue at a slow pace, stealthing, and try and find the tracks again.
I suppose so, sir.
Everyone make me them stealth rolls.
All right.
Dude, Pietro fur. Oh no, that's me.
18.
Pietro's over here.
Nice. 18.
Everything's coming up, Perrin.
Hey.
Oh
Wait,
no.
if I pop it out, does it not roll it on?
That keeps rolling
It,
so
it should still
low.
roll in.
Also, everyone can reset their health because you'll get another few nights sleep in this.
Yeah, my pop-out sheets aren't. Oh no, it is. Something else was covering up. Oh no, I have like 20 input
God.
things from clicking it so many times.
So we've got a
Cancel.
14, an 18, an 8, a 7, a 12, a 13.
I need to make one more. That was Pietro's. Let me reroll or reload my.
Okay.
I clicked it like way too many times. My ADHD's like work. Why aren't you working?
So 12.5 at the moment. We'll see if Skith can bring that down.
Come on, Skip. You can do
Pull my
it.
sheet back up. Oh,
Come on, Skip. Come on, Skip. You can do it.
sheet.
I gotta say, Arena's advantage from the boots is really helping. It's prevented a lot of
Yeah.
like low rolls.
Stealth.
I've rolled so many bad.
9.
Oh,
Your
no.
median is 12.
No.
Woo!
Okay.
Pop out.
Oh, Arena, give me a perception roll.
Oh,
Cobalt, give me an investigation, and Perrin, give me that survival. The investigation survival at disadvantage.
Are we still at
Corvid Barker's
night?
investigation?
No, Cobalt, Skith.
Oh,
And me.
Cobalt.
10 and
I
it
think
would have been a
Corvid.
20 otherwise.
16.
And double 9s from Skith.
And so with that, with a 10 and several more days spent, it is now a waning crescent moon, the 14th of Winterdeep. As you make your way towards a big crack in the land where overflowing waterfalls torrent in from the sides, huge trees overhang, and you can see this just furl of ivy and green moss going over the edge. And as you look down in the dark, you barely catch glimpse, Arena, just barely, of something down there. A couple of lights in the thick jungle.
I'm gonna be like, hold on. I think I see a light down there.
You manage to make out the form of what appears to be a set of buildings. Old buildings mixed with some newer ones. Make me a history check, Arena.
Ooh.
You gonna flash a genius out or not?
Yeah, if I can. If I may.
You suddenly flash
Puts
back
me in
to several of
19.
the cities you've been in and also heard about and seen in pictures. This looks strange. As you look around, you can begin to make out from the few lights that are being moved around down there that there are old ruins, buildings that have stood for a long time but have been worn down to kind of bare stone edges. And then what appears to be at the back, the form of a ziggurat, pulling out of the floor of the jungle with trees and thick roots growing over the sides.
Cool.
And then to the side of it, clipping just one edge, is a very large tunnel drilled down into the earth. You instantly think that that's pretty similar to the ones you saw in Exodus. In addition, you see out front of it, amongst all the ruins of buildings, newer buildings, all laid out in kind of a vague grid-like pattern, but then occasionally one of them is twisted. One of them is at an angle to the others. Several of them are only half complete, and those look pretty old as well.
Okay.
You just make this out to the very edge of what you'd really be able to see, considering it is dark and there's a little bit of light down there in the valley.
Arena, like, excitedly looking more at Perrin than anybody else, but kind of, you know, looking at everybody, but describes what she sees down there.
I could be wrong, but it sounds like we may have stumbled upon the Clockwork Tyrant. And that he's been using...
Do you think?
Hmm?
Do you think the tunnel from Exodus comes all the way over here?
I think
Maybe-
it might connect to the lower
The Underdark.
tunnels.
Maybe Peachy will make her way here then.
Probably
There's
all
a
I think
chance.
they probably tunnel up through the Underdark to get to wherever they want, so it would be all connected.
We should probably find the camp a little further away and maybe stay and scout around before we try to make our way in.
Yeah, we'll need to make sure
Just
we're
look-
somewhere where the smoke from our campfire won't be spotted by them. They might have patrols
Arena
as well.
nods.
Does this look like where they might have taken your brother, or have we gotten lost and stumbled just upon this?
Do I feel the presence of my brother yet? Do we feel another presence with the ring?
Considering how far into the valley that is, you don't feel another presence, but you're probably aware that that's probably going to be further than 1,000 feet.
But I can do the locate spell like once per day.
Yeah, but that I believe only has a range of 1,000 feet, so you'd be able to feel him in range of the ring before you could actually then use the spell.
Does the tent that we're in, I know it has a fire in there, but does it have an opening at the top for like smoke to come out, or is it like a magical?
Magical, interdimensional.
Yeah,
Huh.
so okay,
Somewhere
so we
there
don't
is a
even need
dimension just leaking smoke in the multiverse.
we're just polluting something
Oh
every
no.
time we camp.
There's just like a tent
Smoke
dimension,
plane.
which is just a field full of tents, and the sky is just like full of smog.
I like to imagine the fire is actually just like a little portal to the plane of fire, and then the airflow is just a little portal to the plane of air. He's just like, it's gonna be on fire anyway.
We gotta start worrying about plane of air warming.
When Skis asks that, Arena's like,
I'm not sure if he's here, but we could at least look around. But maybe not all of us.
Arena says, kind of looking at
Okay.
the loud dinosaur, and then all of you
looking at
wearing your
everyone,
clunky
just
armor.
the
Yeah,
entire
just
party.
looking. Yeah, just everybody.
I don't see any lizard men or whatever from here, but that doesn't mean they're not inside of it. I bet there's some powerful artifacts in there.
And it's definitely... This has to be where the Clockwork Tyrant's living. Those buildings, if they're new and they're arranged in a grid, That's what the steel behemoths do. If not
I think you
quite
seem to
right.
have some preoccupation with these steel behemoths. You keep wanting to bring them up and assume that they're part of everything.
Arena doesn't say anything, but she looks sus, probably.
Like I've
Yeah,
said
you're really
before,
cagey about them.
we've been inside one of them before. They have the ability to.
Oh, very intimate.
We have the ability to. They have the ability to make
Very intimate.
souls and construct buildings. And I think they build them just like that.
Do you hear that, Geep? Maybe we can get you a real soul. I mean, I know you have one, kind of, already, but maybe we could make it a better one.
I'll admit I don't know the details of how
Deep is
exactly
like-
it works, but
Immortal.
I know that beings come out of it, as we've seen and fought.
She has everything that Skith wants. He's a rat. He's like, yeah.
So, as you look over the ziggurat in the valley below, we're going to take a break. We're back in about 8 minutes. And then we'll find out if there's something of interest to them.
Ooh.
There's gonna be something evil in there that interests us, I'm sure.
Yeah, but we might just want to GTFO. Who knows? But I just think we should not all go clunking down there.
Stomp,
go.
stomp, stomp.
Yeah.
I'll just disintegrate the side of it, and we'll just go in that way.
We need to save that spell for the next time we're in a
No.
tower.
I'm excited to use it, though.
It is going to be cool.
Okay,
Back
we'll
in a
be
minute.
back in a little bit. Hello and welcome back to Ascension. So, as you camp for the night, what's your plans the next couple of days?
I'm gonna make some potions.
I'm gonna invis and stealth around and look.
Actually, important question. How many days will we traveling there? Because we gotta do rations.
Oh, right, yeah. So, you were traveling for, I believe, 11 plus 14
it was
days.
Moonstay, and then now it's Psalm's Day.
14
the
days.
11th, yeah.
Okay, so
14,
I'm down
11.
to 6 rations.
Not 14 days.
Not 14 days?
3 days.
It
From
was
Moonstay?
Definitely not 3 days.
Definitely not 3 days.
Are you talking from the 3rd when we left?
You've been
I
traveling for a
imagine.
bit on the 3rd, and then out to the 14th.
Okay.
So I think you've been traveling 3 days by the 3rd. So I think it's 11 plus 14 days. So everyone can mark off 14 days of rations.
Yep, I'm
I'm
down
at
to
0.
6. And yeah, that was exactly how much Skith had.
Okay.
How many
Well-
rations does Arena have?
I had
Million.
29, so if it's 14, I'm down to 15.
What happens if we don't have rations? We get like a debuff.
You start getting levels of exhaustion if
Yeah.
you eventually don't eat enough. Yeah. Over the next couple of days, if you want to spend a couple of days like scouting and making potions, Queenie can go and try and find you food.
Ooh, that sounds like a
works
good
then.
idea.
I'm gonna whittle chess pieces.
Okay. Do you want to work on that chest set we talked about?
Yes, sure, please.
Okay.
'Cause I
Yeah,
mean, I don't know what else use I'm gonna be. I'm not gonna want to leave the tent if we're. So-
What other skills are you good at that you could do around here?
No, I mean, I don't have survival. I don't have nature. I don't. I mean, I have investigate. I don't have medicine. I don't have perception. I can entertain people. I can perform.
You can investigate the surroundings. You could investigate the surroundings to check for traps in the vicinity if you wanted.
Yeah, that's probably better than.
Up to you.
Yeah, I mean, I just didn't think I had anything better to do than whittle. But if I can do that, then I'll do that.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So, in which case, for the first day, Perrin, if you can make me a herbalism wisdom roll. You don't normally to make this, but since it's the first time you're making health potions.
Okay.
9 in the investigation. Okay. And Arena, if you
rolled
want
off
to
a
give me
14.
an advantage stealth roll. Because the invisibility only lasts for an hour, it'll get you in further and get you out. But if you can give me the invisibility as like just it gets you further in, then the boots will give you advantage anyway. Okay, so 20 with the herbalism. Perrin,
Yep.
you were taught well. You very quickly make your first potion.
Plus 5,
Yeah.
so 25.
Now, this is more okay than the entire day of stealthing, so it wouldn't really be eligible.
Okay, never mind.
Okay. And yeah, 9th investigation. Great. Before we get to what Arena sees, I'll do the hunting roll.
Found a very pretty spot by the waterfall. It's a great view.
Finds enough food for the party for today, but nothing extra. So no one needs to mark off food for the first day. So, the first day you're there, you don't need to mark any food on your sheet because she'll provide the food
Okay.
for today. So you don't lose any, you don't gain any. Perrin makes that first potion very nicely. And Arena, you slowly make your way down into the gorge. And as you do so, you flick on the invisibility and you try and make your way in. There are guards and patrols here, and you do see a few people go past. Feel free to make a perception roll to see exactly what you can make out.
22. Wow.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, there do seem to be probably about 4 different roving patrols around the edge of this area. Mostly consisting, as you saw, of the previous roving patrol who you bumped into, eliminated, and then carried on in the wrong direction from, which consists of that, like, one person who's a bit more snake-like, and then normally 3 or 4 others who seem to be human mostly, but there is something off about how they move. It's very side to side and very kind of graceful, and you can see occasionally the slit pupils, a few patches of scales, kind of definitely something going on. But as you make your way past those patrols and further in, you can actually see the ziggurat looming up in front of you and all of these buildings around. As you get closer, having to dodge from place to place, now your invisibility is worn off, your boots whisper silent. You get close enough to kind of make out the foot of the ziggurat. It looks like around the ziggurat itself, there are no lights. There are no torches. Everyone seems to be walking around using their dark vision, which luckily you share, but it does mean you can't really see more than about 60 foot, especially at the moment, considering it's a waning crescent moon, and there isn't really a lot of light coming from the sky, especially given the foliage and the kind of deep gorge. But you can see around the base of the actual ziggurat itself, there seems to be water lapping up from a very shallow pond or pool that surrounds it from all the waterfalls at the edge of the gorge. And then up the front of the ziggurat, it goes up probably at least 100 feet before it gets to the top in a couple of different tiers. And at the top is a small entrance about 10 foot across with big stone doors. And you can kind of see a very faint light from the inside where there seem to be actually torches being burned. And there definitely are guards on the ziggurat. You can see kind of at least a dozen from your angle. There's probably about maybe 24 in total on the ziggurat itself. And as you're going around the outbuildings, you definitely notice the signs of movement, the signs of people living there. You'd probably estimate that maybe 100 people live here in total, including all the patrols you saw. That's a rough estimation, just to give you kind of an idea of the scale as you make to infiltrate your way in. You are now pretty close. With the 20 and the invisibility to get you in, you managed to spend a lot of the day quite close laid up next to the ziggurat and watch the comings and goings of people. Is there anything like you to do or investigate while you're here?
I guess, is there any point where maybe there's like a shift in the guard duties or something like that, where there's an opening that we might be able to like, or I might be able to stealth in?
So about 4 times a day, there seems to be kind of a guard shift change, but there's an overlap. So for half an hour, there'll be double guards. They don't actually seem to change and leave a gap, but they do seem to double up. As you're trying to get close enough to ascertain that, though, you suddenly feel on your ring a sudden sensation, and then there's someone connected to your ring. You're in range of someone else.
I'm getting.
They're about 80% health.
If I cast, then I'll be uninvisible, so I can't do it right now.
Your invisibility would have worn off by now. You're kind of laying up in one of the buildings nearby, so you can cast.
Can I cast stealthily? Is that an option?
Yeah, I mean, it only matters really in combat or something, or if you're like really laid up close to things. As you are, you can kind of retreat into this abandoned building and then kind of cast. You don't have to be, doing it fancifully in front of everyone. Yeah.
Okay. She'll like lay there prone quietly and try to cast a spell as quietly as possible.
Okay. Do you want to print that?
I don't think I actually have it on my sheet, but...
Yeah, because it will be from the compendium. Okay.
Yeah, but I can look it up and locate creature.
Describe or name a creature that's familiar to you. So as you hold your hand over the ring, what name do you say?
Corbin Cockdeer.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you know exactly where Corbin Cogdeer is.
Okay.
Next to the base of the ziggurat, very close, you can see a kind of very low fenced area with a kind of a big, thick tarpaulin over the top. Looks like a big kind of section of hide. And under it, you can see a lot of people. They seem very grubby, malnourished, but they're all huddled together. And there's probably about a dozen. Make a perception roll. Disadvantage because it's very dark and they're all kind of huddled together.
Disadvantage, you said, right? 9.
Do you want to chuck a +5 on that?
Yes.
Okay. You just catch the glimpse. You can't tell if it's Corbin or not. Most of them in there seem to be lizard folk. But you catch the glimpse of one short figure in amongst them in the center. Thick orange beard, thick orange hair. A gnome. Very much out of place amongst all of them. With a very kind of mishmashed set of homemade hides and leathers and fabrics that just kind of make a very motley assortment of kit. Currently just kind of sitting on the ground in amongst all the lizard folk, all kind of mostly sitting or some of them standing towards the edge.
And there's like guards around.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of guards around them especially.
Okay.
You will note that the pen looks like it could probably hold a lot more, maybe like 30. So it's only about half full.
And how many guards are around the pen?
In the region of about 12, 14.
Okay. And then, so there's these guards around the pen, and then what kind of, is there cover around the space near the pen, or are there trees?
No, so there's kind of a big kind of divide between all the buildings surrounding the actual ziggurat itself and then the ziggurat. And then at the base of the ziggurat off to the side, you've got a couple of big trees and then tarpaulin coming down from the tree around that pen. So there's a kind of a big, wide, probably 25-foot gap on one side. And then out the front, you've got that big, low pool, which is much bigger. I think it's more like 60 foot.
So it's kind of like surrounded by open space. So it's gonna be a,
yeah.
If I were to go across there, someone might see me.
Feel free to make an insight roll as well.
Okay. Eight.
That's okay.
Do I see a path back towards where my companions are at from here?
Not really. It would have taken you about 2 hours to move in from the very edge, very slowly and carefully up to here, taking your time and, of course, obviously using your invisibility to get the first section past all the roving patrols.
Okay.
There's no easy path. There is obviously a path that you took, which involves going down kind of the central area, which is amongst the buildings. There is one section where a building seems to be placed directly in the middle of the path, and a path deviates around it. And then up towards the edge of the actual chasm itself, where another chasm that's much smaller kind of cuts down in between. You make your way up that chasm, carefully trying to make your way up like this very thin stream that's cut through the rock, and then climbing up the side for a little bit before you can make your way back to your friends. It's not the easiest of routes.
Okay. On the way back to my friends, this guard shift that's every 4 hours or something like that.
Every 6. Yep.
Or every 6 hours. Okay. Let me read 4 times a day. The guard shifts that's happening. Do I notice these guards are coming from like a specific building, or do they all look like they're just coming from their own buildings?
Yeah, there are some buildings off to the left-hand side of the ziggurat, but that seems to be more so where they seem to be going for weaponry. You do see a lot of them around the town who go there to grab bows, etc. Most of them, while having their own side swords, etc., do tend to go there to grab bows or, in some cases, spears.
Okay. So do I have a good idea of where a good distraction location would be?
I mean, the area covered by the buildings around here is pretty large. It's pretty diffuse and sparse. As you are exiting, you definitely notice that some of the buildings around the perimeter aren't even carrying anyone or anything, are not used really. Maybe for the occasional bit of storage or something. But mostly the buildings here are in excess of the number of people. Like, they have moved into these ruins. And you definitely get the sense that these outer buildings would provide cover in a fight rather than being something that would be dangerous, because obviously no one lives in them to come and attack you out of them. You could even probably make your way in and stealth through these buildings with a little bit more ease in which you did today, because like they offer a good amount of cover.
Okay. So maybe if
It also
the
means that
distraction
you
was on
could
the other
also
side, like if she came around the back side and we could kind of sneak down through the buildings down this.
You also are aware that Queenie has a pretty good move speed and can definitely run around and get a lot of attention before having to quit. Whereas if it was you, you'd effectively be like, hi, and then immediately run away. She could literally dive in and out of buildings and weave.
All right. I think Arena has enough information.
Make me one last perception check as you're leaving.
Okay. 18.
Okay. You
I so
just
wish I had
see.
message.
Yeah. You just see on the edge of your vision as you're leaving what appears to be a group of much more humanoid looking people. And they're noticeable because the attire and the variety of body shapes is completely different. Like, there is a couple of much more stocky people, whereas most of the people around here either are, like, well-built but slim, or whipcord thin. These, obviously, some of them have, like, bits of kind of snake-like feature around them. These people are wearing thicker leathers. One of them's wearing plate armor. One of them has kind of long vestments. One of them is a gnome, and they aren't in the pen or captured. They seem to be discussing quite animatedly. You can see them crowded around quite near the pen, probably about 40 foot away, quite animatedly with several of the more snake-like people. In fact, one of them, who was like snakes all down one arm, just constantly shifting, and dreads that on closer inspection are also snakes and kind of whip around a little bit despite there being no breeze, is having quite a vociferous conversation with what appears to be the leader of the group. You're a bit too far away to actually see them in detail, but you can definitely tell that there's heated negotiation or low-key arguments going on.
Could I listen in on that conversation before I leave?
Yeah, it'll be covered under the 18. As you try and like listen in, you realize that
like,
they're not speaking
I can add a
common or
+5 to
gnome.
that. Oh.
You could add a plus.
Common or gnome.
I would say at this stage I probably told you too much.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're not speaking common, dwarvish, or gnomish. You definitely don't recognize any of those.
Do I have anything else? Comprehend language would be handy here. Perrin has that, I think.
I have a once per day comprehend languages.
Yeah, I don't have anything to help me there.
You could maybe do an insight roll to try and gauge from body language, but it will be difficult. This is the edge of your vision is dark.
Okay, I'll try it, but...
Okay.
You know.
Actually, you can just about see them because one of the humans is holding a torch. They lack the night vision. 19.
Plus 5?
Plus 5? Okay, 24. You definitely see them gesturing in the direction of the pen of people and then up at the ziggurat. Like, there is a motion of the hand in kind of like that clockwise, kind of like speed it up. Like, we have a thing here, we're on a timetable of some kind. You definitely get the sense that whatever they want the people, something about the ziggurat, and they want to speed it up. They are tired of waiting, kind of thing.
Okay.
You definitely get the sense from the people around whoever's leading them that some of them are definitely just there as bodyguards. And they are also a little bit wary of the snake people because you can see them kind of squaring up, some of them kind of very much like chest forwards, a couple of them kind of like edging up to people and kind of, they're doing that kind of like positioning themselves to kind of be, I'm a little bit closer than you, there's a little bit of like inter-party rivalry here. But overall, there definitely seems to be a sense of there is some sort of negotiation going on.
Okay. And I don't see like a item or anything that so it seems like they're negotiating, and then there's people in the cage that they're like
in the pen to the side of the ziggurat.
Pointing up. All right, Arena will head back, try to make her way back to her companions.
Make me another stealth roll. You'll have advantage still. And then the invisibility will get you past the sentries. So it'll
Because I can
be
cast it again. Yeah.
much easier. Yeah, 19.
19.
Yeah. So with the benefit of the stealth and the time you get to take and the advantage of the boots, it's not too difficult. You eventually make your way out to where you find Skiff very poorly investigating for traps, having found none. Perrin with a very nice looking healing potion, and Queenie having brought back enough food for tonight.
Yeah, I didn't have the side crystal. people mentioning it. I was like, I mean, I have it. I just don't have it attuned in my combat set. I will share all the information with the rest of you of what I saw. And say,
We found him. He's here.
Is he safe?
and Arena like kind of relays everything.
Hi, Snapcam.
My camera like just completely died. Yeah, she'll relay everything that she saw.
It's interesting that there was some kind of negotiation going on or argument.
I think they're going to move everyone into the ziggurat.
Well, we don't want that. That's going to make it way harder.
Arena nods.
They're trying to do.
I don't know, but I'd rather not find out if it involves Arena's brother getting any further from us than he already is.
I think we might have to speed things up. Maybe do it first chance we can tomorrow.
And she kind of explains the guard duty and that kind of thing.
We'll have to try to go maybe the next shift after the double up is over.
Well, if we just send Queenie in as a distraction, shouldn't we be able to get in pretty easily?
Arena nods.
There are
I
some
can do
buildings
that.
that we can go down and hide around while Queenie's on the other side.
You
Well,
try
I
and
hope
get us.
she can
Oh, go on.
make a large distraction, considering our history with stealthing thus far.
We might be able to do even more of a distraction if we can get to the pen nice and quick and open it. If all the prisoners run for it, it's going to cause all kinds of chaos that we can make use of.
Mhm.
Maybe we
Uh,
can
If
get to
they
Arena.
don't want to leave.
I would think that they would if they're being kept in a pen. That means that they're
Yes.
having to be contained.
But I assume they're being fed, and the alternative would be running into the jungle by themselves, which could be dangerous. And Queenie said that it wasn't your traditional slavery like we have where I come from, but more of like a borrowed servitude where you pay a debt and then they free you anyway.
Either way,
So I don't know. I'm just saying some of them might not run.
Perhaps, but as long as some do, it would help us. And they were captured. I feel like if there is some kind of system about paying off debts, they didn't have a debt to pay. They were taken from their homes.
Is that
Either way,
accurate, Queenie?
I don't know about these people. All I know is about the lizard folk. I've never met these people before. They seem bad.
Ah, okay. Well, perhaps they are being held against their will. Did they look like they were in bad shape, Arena?
the prisoners?
Yes.
Well, kind of. They didn't look very clean, and they looked like they were malnourished.
Well, then maybe they will run.
If there is some kind of system of honor, it seems like it's not being obeyed here. I think this is an
There
outside
was-
force.
Would it be more beneficial for us to use them as a distraction and put them in danger rather than free them and escort them out ourselves to protect them?
Well, we could try and do all the fighting and then open the pen, but if we fail, all is lost.
Well, all right, I'll go with whatever you two think is best then.
I don't
Whatever
want
will
any.
be most efficient.
I don't want any of them to die, but my fear is, we don't act. They may be dying anyway, and if not, they may. Well, they may be worked to death. I feel like dying is probably in their future, no matter what.
Whatever it is, they're trying to speed it up. They were looking like they were going to move them into the ziggurat. I hope they're not doing some kind of weird spell on them.
Or sacrifice. Some sort of
That
ritual.
just makes Arena even more worried when you say that.
Your brother has lived here for several years without being sacrificed so far. Maybe he has some sort of intrinsic value the others don't. Or maybe that's because of that value he makes a better sacrifice. I don't know.
Hard to say what uniqueness will do.
I don't want
Not
to
a
find
warlock,
out.
that's more of Perrin and Pietro's field of expertise.
I do wonder if there's some kind of alliance in place here. If you've got one group of people asking another group to speed up with something, I think there's some kind of agreement. I wonder if this clockwork tyrant person is the one trying to speed up this work, and he's using more native creatures to do it, or maybe he made them. These snake people could be products of the Still Behemoth.
Did you see the marking anywhere that we saw, Arena?
Did I see the marking anywhere? Arena shakes her head.
No, I didn't see anything like that.
You wouldn't be able to at that distance. You might find it on some of the masonry in the new buildings if you can get to those.
I did see there was a building that they were getting weaponry from, so there's probably an armory right there. And then
Arena will kind of try to draw a little bit of a map in the dirt to kind of give them like an understanding of like the layout.
Okay.
And then
Yeah, so as you draw this kind of, you can see that there is off to the left of the ziggurat as you face it. The building she indicates seem to be where people were getting mostly bows and spears from. Front right is the tarpaulin where people are being kept. Big, long, low pool in front, which would be considered difficult terrain to walk through. And then there's the ziggurat, which going up from the very base to the top is about 160, 180 feet. And it's got 1, 2, 3 tiers, with the third tier being the one that's got kind of the big archway. It isn't lit. They don't light it. You did see only a couple of people holding torches, and that appeared to be that party. Everyone else seemed to be walking around without them. Seemed like, to a sense, the idea of them being hidden here was something that they took very strongly, and so they weren't really broadcasting by lighting any sort of fires. And the sides of the ziggurat and the back were very heavily overgrown with these big, thick roots of trees, and you could definitely see, with your perception rolls, occasionally those roots kind of shifted a little bit. And you may have seen at one stage, like, a small lizard climb down a tree, and then a root just go...
I'm convinced then this is some kind of collaboration between the Clockwork Tyrant and these lizard people. If they
There was
take care to
group of
use
people.
no light, and then this party is walking around with torches, then they're not from here.
And they were wearing different type of armor. Not snake people.
Know about this clockwork fellow, at least not until I see some evidence of it, but I guess it's an okay assumption. We won't know
There were-
till we get down there.
There were also people that didn't look like snake people that were there. There were like 3 or 4 of them. They looked more human, but they had the weird eye thing going on and moved strangely.
Did they seem like they were with the party or with the lizard folk?
Did they were separate, right? Like they were
Which
with-
people?
the three to four humanoid people with the weird eyes thing going on that were not snake people.
Those seemed like they were the snake people. Like, some of them had slit eyes, some of them had scales. Those were the roving patrols around the edge who were kind of like scouts.
Okay. Right, so they weren't different. The way you described them made me think that they were different. Okay.
There is a variety. Some people seem to have snake-like attributes. You've seen people with like snakes for arms, people with a snake head, people with like a snake body. But the majority of people appear to be people with very limited snake-like things. Like the people who attacked you, snake pupils, just some scales down the side of the neck, that kind of thing.
Okay.
That seems to be the majority
That's what I
of people
described. So I'm like,
So maybe there are different ways that when you become a snake person, some look different than the others. Maybe there's some kind of recessive gene or something like that,
and she just kind of goes rumbling off into like weird genetics.
Everyone else is feel free to make a history check based on what Arena describes and what you've already seen. Arena's already made this history check, but it's a chance you might pass.
Nope.
Love to get my hands on one of them
13.
to dissect them.
Want to dissect them?
Oh, the
Oh,
18.
no.
I saw the dice.
I saw it on that 18. It was.
It was hanging there, but no, sadly not.
Went to it too.
Okay.
I think this party is working with the Clockwork Tyrant, or maybe even one of them, or perhaps all of them are the Clockwork Tyrant.
Really like to use that word a lot.
I think that's what
think
it
the
is.
best-
You can see the tunnel, you can see the freshly built buildings in a grid. Well, a couple of grids kind of mashed together.
They look newer. They aren't fresh. They certainly seem like they've been here at least decades, maybe centuries. You can't be certain, but they are definitely newer than the ruins here. The rest of the ruins are old, and I mean
Old, like really old.
Okay. The behemoth might not have been here recently, but I think it's been here, and I think it's...
Well, the tunnel makes it clear that it was here at some point.
Gith will start whispering right now, even though they can't be heard anyway.
Yeah, Arena's whispering.
Well, you know what you need to do, Baron. Just get in there and start stabbing them with your sword so you can question them. Get all the information that you want about the clockwork fellow.
How about we try to save my brother first?
That's our first
Yes,
priority.
along the way.
Above all
You
else, Corbin Cogdeer needs to walk out of here. We can worry about the rest as long as we've secured that.
And if you can interrogate one of the guards or something, but I don't know. They had a lot of them.
I suspect we can't deal with their full force, but we can at least hold them off.
Should we try to sabotage their armory before we go in?
I could try.
We
I
definitely...
could sneak in. And once, But the problem is that the armory is near where we need to go.
I don't...
If you want, I could do it. I can cast invisibility as well,
That is true.
but I wouldn't then be able to go in with you. It would mean I'd probably be able to disable the armory.
Should have Queenie do discretion first, and then maybe you could do yours.
Yeah, like I'd need to be closer, and then I could go invisible, and then like disable the armory or something. Oh wait, if Queenie's making distraction, they'll already have got their stuff from the armory.
That's true. Here's
Maybe I
one
need to
thing-
get down there
maybe-
first.
One thing
Maybe
to
you
consider.
could use your pearl to fireball the armory and then have Queenie run in. Initiate it from. It has a good amount of range.
That's true. Or wait until they all run to the armory to respond to Queenie and then fireball them.
Yes, even better.
That is a much better strategy.
But then I probably won't be able to go in with you because I'll be out of position. But I know I'm not as strong as you anyway, and if it's a full-on fight inside. But if you want me with you, I'll come. It might just be a little bit slower.
It's probably better if you were a little safer this way, and you also will still be helpful.
Okay.
Really nods.
Something
this is
to
up to you.
consider.
Pietro. You
Something
have
to
be
consider before we settle on a plan is that on the one hand we have an armory, and on the other hand we have a pen full of enslaved people that probably want to escape. We can put those two together. They're not going to be able to do much against us.
I mean, every person you kill will have weapons that you can give to people. You maybe don't necessarily need an armory. There are only 12 people in the pen, but
Oh, there's only 12
Yeah.
in the
And
pen?
they are-
Oh, in that
only about
case-
12,
They're like
14.
malnourished too, so they
Oh, I
might
thought
not
it
be
was
very
like-
strong.
Yeah, that's what I
I
was
thought it was like
thinking.
20 something.
No, the pen
No.
could
They were
take
malnourished.
30, but it was less than half full.
There was way less inside.
Originally they took 24 from the town, right?
Yeah, so I
You
think
would have
there's
thought
some
in the region of 25 in that tribe. At
There's
that
definitely
site.
some people missing, and my guess is that they're already inside doing
Yeah.
whatever sacrificial weird shit they got going on. I'm scared.
I'm excited. Let's go.
Okay.
Are we
Marina's
gonna? We're not gonna
nervous.
go in there. We're just gonna.
Do you want to
Distract your
go
brother?
tomorrow during the day? Do you want to go crack of dawn? Do you want to wait until nighttime?
I need my spells back, but then other than that, I'm good.
These guys
Crack of dawn.
These guys are cold-blooded again, right? They're like they prefer the day.
Yeah.
You don't know about
They
these guys.
prefer-
You know, the lizard men generally prefer the day,
Oh.
but aren't able to do night. They just prefer the day.
True,
So-
true.
So
They're more
are these
humanoid.
all lizard men, or is it mostly snake people?
It's snake men. I didn't see any lizard
Yeah,
people.
but they're like
I saw only
partial. So
Oh, I thought there was mention of lizard folk amongst those roots.
I did not hear anything about lizard people. All I heard was snake.
You would be probably aware that. Actually, or make me nature rolls. See what you know.
Okay.
What? There were lizard people described, though, right? As well as
I
snake
don't
people,
remember
thought.
being. I only
The
remember
majority
seeing
of people in the pen were lizard folk.
snake- Yes.
But you were
the
talking
lizard
about-
people.
I remember mention of lizard folk amongst moving tree
In the-
roots.
No, I
Oh.
mentioned that there was a small lizard among the moving tree roots,
Oh,
and then one of the
lizards,
tree roots
right.
went,
He ate it.
Oh, okay.
crushed
Like,
it, and took it
crushed it
down
with
into amongst the bottom.
Never mind then. I got a 13, which is.
But there were
worse than
lizard
everybody
folk in the
else.
pen with my brother. There were a bunch
Yeah, I
of
know.
lizard folk.
Yeah, I know those lizard folk in the pen. I thought there were
Arena
also
and
lizard
Skiff,
folk
you'd be
out
aware
there.
that lizard folk do not have dark vision. Like,
Aw.
they are not well adapted for the night, and all of the people there who are guarding and stuff seem to be operating quite happily during the night and are actively not using lights. So
Oh yeah, I knew that part. So I'll
you
say
would know that lizard folk just cannot see during the night like that. They would be
It's
blind.
probably fine if we go in the morning, right when they first wake up, when they're not ready for it.
and
Right.
there's a guard shift every 6 hours, so there's probably like one after that, and we could just wait till there's not double duty, so we can go in between that slot.
good to me.
Okay.
And I think Pietro's gonna be like sneak in and wait till people, as soon as Queenie does her distraction and people go to the armory, he's gonna like.
Okay.
Blow it
So Pietro sneaks in, gets ready. Pietro does. Queenie does distraction. Pietro fireballs the armory. Queenie breaks away. Pietro breaks off invisible, and then you go in as soon as the coast is clear
Yeah.
enough. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're gonna sneak in at the same time as Pietro and get ready
Yeah.
in one of the buildings nearby. Okay.
I think we're all getting into buildings, and then
Okay.
Pietro's doing different things than we are.
Okay.
Right.
In which case, are you doing that sort of crack of dawn tomorrow then?
Yeah, I think that works.
Yeah.
Okay. Who is gonna take the watches tonight?
I'll take one of the watches. I think Arena probably is having trouble sleeping.
Okay.
I can
whether
take a
it's
watch as well.
Yeah.
You don't really want me to watch over us,
And
Queenie
Corvid
and-
but I will.
Bot will be awake the whole entire time, obviously.
That's
I
true.
will offer to.
Pietro tells you to get your sleep very kindly, like,
You should probably get your sleep. You're gonna be really important tomorrow. I'll take your shift.
You blind as a bat, boy.
I'm also
if
crazy.
you're in charge of one of the watches, everyone will get murdered in their sleep.
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone who is taking a watch, make a perception roll. I would say just with advantage from Corvidbot. Easiest way to do a lot of rolls very quickly.
19.
And if you want Pietro to do one with advantage, Cobalt.
Oh, sure. Actually closed his sheet because I thought he was going to be going off. Let me pull it back open.
Oh no.
Perception.
Okay. And then you need one with advantage.
Oh, sorry. Corvid didn't. I didn't mean to roll a Corvid.
Oh, I didn't roll advantage either with that, but that's fine.
Yeah, roll one more.
Oh,
So
no.
18. Well, no, he rolled an 18 first, and then he rolled
Yeah.
advantage afterwards. So really, it's just the first number. So 18 or 9, so it's 18. 18, 18. Okay. So the very first watch, Perrin, the 19, you just about see glimmers of what appears to be something moving and shiny in the valley below.
Ooh. Let me check.
Can I try and get... Now I know something's there. Can I try and get a better look at it?
Yeah, as you look, this is really far below. We're talking like at the ziggurat, but you haven't seen like large amounts of bare metal. And there is something glittering off the very little firelight that is moving around down there. And you can just about see a few figures. You can't make out who they are. At least some of them are wearing plate armor that is like glistening color in some place, like full-on glistening metal, which is either something polished up or something that the color has been damaged in battle, and like there are scrape marks, so obviously exposed metal and is glimmering.
Is this different to the beings that were negotiating or whatever about? Okay.
Yeah, you wouldn't have seen any glimmer from them. The one that had plate was kind of almost like gunmetal, a bit more subdued, a darker color. This is definitely something that gets your attention. Nothing like this has quite glittered down there before. You can definitely see a small group with a 19, and they seem to be being poorly treated. I would say you can see them being pushed or shoved, like people are bumping into them. You see some of them falling over and then being pulled up, and you can see what appears to be them being cajoled up the steps.
I'm gonna wake up Arena.
Okay.
Arena, something's happening.
And she immediately grabs her weapon and aims it. And
We're not
Whatever
in
direction.
danger, but there's something happening down in the valley.
Make a perception check, Arena.
Okay.
This is what you can see at the very extent of your vision.
Natural
nat one.
one.
It is just too dark. You probably just about miss
she
them.
like rubs her eyes.
Sleep caking them.
Yeah.
After your watch, you fell asleep pretty quick. Yeah.
There, don't you see? There's metal.
Do I see the metal when he points it out?
No, it's really. I was looking like DC 18 for Perrin getting that.
She, like,
So like
squints
at this point,
I don't see it.
There's some people in shining armor, and I think they're being herded.
People in the shiny armor are?
Yeah. Not the same people as you described before, some new group. Maybe they might have been
yeah.
captured, in which case I don't even know who they would be.
Arena tries to think, but doesn't have. I wouldn't know anybody else who is wearing shiny armor, do I?
do you?
I think so.
I mean, in general, a lot of people.
Okay.
What did they look like, the people?
Was I able to get anything?
It was really far away. Like you literally were seeing like specks moving. You only just kind of got the macro movements of being like shoved and then herded. Like the macro movements was very difficult to see at that distance.
No, I can barely see them. I think we'd have to get closer to get any kind of good idea.
You think we should, or should we wait till the morning?
You could try it with invisibility.
It took you a while to infiltrate, and like it's obviously down into the chasm and then across the chasm. Like it would take over an hour to infiltrate.
It would take me a lot of time.
And that would delay us trying this rescue. I don't know if we can afford a delay.
But if we go now, it is dark and it might be hard for the lizard folk to help.
You also haven't finished your long rest, so your spells will still be down.
I'm not saying we try and do the operation now, it's just if we could get a better look at what's going on down there. If there's more people in there that could help us in a fight, it'd be good to know.
Well, tomorrow if we see these people in the armor, maybe we can get them to help us.
The cicadas are really loud this time of year. I'll keep an eye out, see what I can see.
Sorry.
The rest of your watches go without incident.
So I'm not able to discern anything else. Did I see
No,
where they
they're
went?
already gone by the time you finish that conversation with Arena.
Did I see them like go into the ziggurat, or were they approaching it?
You saw them kind of go up towards the top before you lost the glimmer.
Okay.
Interesting.
Alright.
All right. In the morning, we prepare. Let's
Okay.
buff.
So, if you're planning to infiltrate in just before dawn, obviously that makes it a little bit hard to spot you. So, if you want to go in just before dawn, you can do so. Are you casting any spells? Are you doing invisibilities? Obviously, Pietro's using one of his to do an invisibility.
When it comes to prep, there's not actually that much I can do apart from I could. Even bless is 1 minute. Yeah, I don't think there's much I can actually do as far as prep goes.
Okay.
I'm debating
Have any
if I want to
prep?
take 8 or not.
Okay. Well, while that's happening, come on, do me a favor. Make a
Go
stealth
for it.
roll at advantage for Pietro, as Pietro kind of salutes you all and...
Okay. Raven Queen speed.
13.
It's good. It's good.
Let's see. Pietro goes in amongst the buildings, and you lose track of where he is very quickly as he goes invisible.
Good.
I'm not telling you anymore.
Yeah, makes sense.
So that was either a really high roll or a really low one. We're gonna find out. But it's the fact that we lost track of him quick is a good sign.
Okay. So, Arena, you taking aid?
I think I'm not going to.
Okay. In which case, I'll need the party to sneak in. Arena, are you gonna invisibility up for this? If you invisibility someone else, they will get advantage.
Yeah, it's just what do I want to do with my spells? What's your guys' stealths?
-1.
What's yours, Cobalt?
+1.
Oh god. And you get disadvantage, right, Bentham, because of your armor?
His
No,
armor
it-
doesn't give him
it's-
disadvantage.
Oh, okay. You just have a -1. Yeah, Arena will invisibility Perrin. And then I think the rest of us will
Oh,
be on our
Perrin,
own.
the world looks so much better when I can't see you. Boop.
Wear
You're
your
less
mask for this,
distracting
Perrin.
when you're invisible.
What was that?
You're less distracting when you're not visible.
From
Okay.
from Skith.
Oh.
That's what Skith said.
Said you should wear your mask, Perrin.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay, so, Maggie, you picked your spells?
I'm debating on this last one. I think I'm gonna go like that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go.
Okay. Locked in. In which case,
Oh, what potions do people have? Because I could hand one out if anyone's short.
I've got 2, one in my ring, one in my bag.
What's Arena got in
Um,
potions?
I think I only have 1 health potion. But I'll double check.
And does Pietro have a health potion on him?
picture's already gone.
I know.
I
was
have
gonna keep
1
it out earlier.
regular health potion. I have 1 regular health potion.
Does Pietro have a health potion?
I don't think so.
Can I have given it him?
Honestly,
I mean, I would've
Pietro
given it
gets in
out
trouble,
when
a
I-
health potion not made a difference.
Okay, fine. I give Arena. You can have an extra health potion,
Okay.
and then we're all at 2.
Okay. So with that, lock in the spells and do your stealth rolls. Perrin, you obviously get advantage from Arena's invisibility. 9 from Skith.
Nat 20.
19! Nat 20 from Perrin.
Oh my gosh, you didn't even.
That counts
need
as
my
2
help.
because it's a nat 20.
Oh, brilliant.
2020.
2020 from Arena. Okay, I need one from
Yay.
Corvidbot and one
Yeah.
from
I'm doing it right now.
Like
8 from Corvidbot.
No good one when you roll a nat
9
20 and it's
from-
not the highest roll.
It's so interesting because Red has a +6 and he just keeps rolling really bad.
Yeah. So we have a 9, an 8, a 20, a 20, a 19, and also another 19. So
Wow.
the 19, so the 20, the 20 cancel out, the 8 and the 9, the 9 and the 19 cancel out. So your median is a 19.
Okay, if you guys want to chug the
Yes.
poison resist potions, not a bad idea.
That's a good point.
The 2 of
And
you.
if you want, they only last an
better
hour
than-
though.
Better than combat, I guess.
Like chug them right before we go into the combat thing. Like
Yeah,
I would
I'll do
recommend.
that. I'll drink mine just before we go.
Okay. So I can describe stuff. Tell me when you're chugging it.
It would probably be like hold action to chug potion when a fireball goes off.
yeah, I think that's what the
Okay, that's if
Makes
you get a
the most
surprise round. If you don't get a surprise round, then effectively everyone's doing stuff at the same time, which is initiative. So,
yeah. Hopefully we get our surprise round, right? We'll see.
Okay. So,
And just so you guys are aware, I did take protection from poison as like a spell, just in case we need it.
okay. You slowly make your way in with an invisible Perrin Doing very well. Arena doing very well. Kind of doing a lot of pathfinding, like going over to the next building, checking it's clear.
I've been here
taking you
before,
over.
so I kind of am
Yeah,
like
you've
swinging
sussed out the best
stuff.
route.
Yeah.
And as you go in, you weave past a number of, people with the slit iris pupils, people with scaly parts of their body. Most of them walking around without weapons drawn, but you do notice a few patrols. As you get closer and closer to the center, you notice, Arena, that something's definitely changed. Feel free to make me a perception roll.
Okay. Oh, I didn't submit.
13. Yeah. You can see, as you finally make your way to that house across from the pond where you spent a lot of yesterday, that tarpaulin has kind of fallen to the ground and is lifeless. There is no one left in that pen. But you also just about spot, fallen into the pond at the very edge of it, is a shield. Of a design you don't really recognize quickly, but you notice it is metal, and it is kind of like a blood red color. And on the front of it, in black, is what appears to be the symbol of a dragon. Wing, claw from the side, wing out like that, claw like that, and then side shot of like the snout and the head.
Where have I seen this?
Make a history check, I believe.
I feel like we both turned to look at Skith.
Yeah. 11 plus 5.
Oh, you're going to add a +5 to it? You using those?
Yeah, I want to know.
Wait, what if someone else rolled better? I got a 14.
True. You don't necessarily need to use the +5 if you point it out to other people. You can if you want.
24 from Skith.
Skith would have auto-passed it anyway with a 24. Skith, you are very aware. I will direct you to... Let me find it.
Dragon.
I have
dragon symbol.
I guess
Open up your guide to your clan, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh.
Okay. The family tree?
Yep.
Okay.
And then out of the houses, the one first on the left at the bottom. You see the one with the claw, the snout open, and then the wing.
Yes.
Okay. That's what it is. You can
That
choose to tell
is
people or
the-
not.
The war clan, huh? All right.
A house. Those are the houses.
Yes. The house. All right.
Bit like government departments.
Mm-hmm. Would that be? Are those green? The warrior. The war.
No, they're red mostly.
Red,
Not all of them.
red.
It depends on
Makes
the
sense,
dominating
yeah.
clan, but the dominating clans there tend to be red.
I recognize that symbol. That's from one of the clans where I'm from. It's the all right.
Are they the kind you'd expect to see out here?
I didn't expect to see any dragonborn out here.
Why would they be out here?
Sure, they have a vestment, I guess, for some reason. They wouldn't be out here if there wasn't something that they were trying to accomplish.
You spot, as you're having this discussion, off to the far side of the town, what appears to be a large bush that's slightly closer than it used to be. As you watch, it shifts a few meters closer. Rolled a 15 on a stealth roll. Shifts a little bit closer.
Is this Pietro? What is this?
No, you can see it over the top of the buildings.
Oh. What is it?
It's
Giant
a
bush.
queenie.
Bush. Queenie's a bush? That's hilarious.
Camouflage.
Was that house involved in the whole Cinder Shore Isles conquest or
Course.
whatever you want to call it?
Yeah, so why wouldn't they be? It's a unified effort. If we get more towers, that's better for everyone.
The fact that that shield's just been dropped in the water. And the fact that last night I saw people in armor being pushed into the ziggurat, that makes me think that those people have been
Maybe-
captured and brought here.
So
Sure
maybe
hope they're not planning on releasing husks here like they did last time.
I mean,
You see people turn and stare over the side of town as suddenly the bush kind of explodes in bits of like topiary as a T-Rex roar charges out, going down the middle of one of the streets. You can see people of all kinds just taken aback, and then some of them start dashing over as one of them with a snake-like body and like normal human head and arms gestures. Everyone but Arena will recognize. Everyone to arms! What is this?
Draconic.
Draconic. Heavily accented and bastardized, but Draconic.
They speak a form
yeah.
of Draconic.
People would like to see a performance roll.
Oh, I was just about to do
Rini.
one. It's a 17.
Nice.
It's pretty
Not
good.
bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad.
A distraction with style.
Needed to have some
that's-
violence involved.
We wait for a fireball, and then there's potion chugging.
I'm imagining it kind of.
Your invisibility would have worn off by now, FYI. Perrin, it will have taken you like a very long time of sneaking
Okay.
to get all the way in, but
I imagine that the sound Queenie makes is something similar to the bus stop theme in Spiritfarer. If anyone knows.
suddenly there's a. Would you mind just rolling me your fireball skiff?
Sure. I love that.
He's like, that's fun. It's like Skith's favorite pastime.
Yes. Good
As
time.
the sun starts to loom and dawn cracks across.
Oh, it's
Oh,
19,
wow.
that's
That's
pretty
a lot
bad.
of low.
one.
Yeah, I think the average is
1, 2.
21.
Wow. So many ones and
fine.
twos and threes.
It's because it was from Pietro, not from me. Okay.
That's true. Pietro's
Yeah,
tiny.
Pietro's kind of like still getting used to it.
There was only one
Okay.
die above a 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a five. There was a 5 in there too, I think, right?
Hey, the lightning bolt was good though.
Yeah, that's the
earlier,
one
so-
die above a 3.
Oh.
It is dawn, so I don't need dynamic lighting.
Ooh.
Oh, hey, a map.
This is pretty too. Oh, the water is pretty.
Very green.
Yeah, I like it.
The sun is very dawn coming up over the edge of the gorge, and you can kind of see it coming through all the trees and stuff, sending over shadows and a lot of thick green lighting. Those enemies that remain on the map are the ones that stay in their posts. Everyone else seems to have run off to the side.
Nice.
You also have a high enough perception that you can see the snake swimming around in the water.
It is true, foe. The dice did not roll in our favor. That's the theme for today's episode. We rolled so bad. Let's just hope we can get to my brother. We've got 40 minutes, 30 minutes.
Perrin's forming a theory about what this whole operation's about, but he does not say it out loud to Arena. Oh, and important question. Do we all detect the presence of Corbin Cogdeer?
From where you are, yes, but you'll note that he came into range very late on, like literally as you got into that building kind of thing.
Okay. I'm gonna
Okay.
wait to use the locate person until we're like out of combat.
How injured is he?
He's actually doing better than he was last night.
How
Uh-oh.
much better?
Not full, but close.
Okay.
Okay.
Somewhere around like
Interesting.
92%.
Arena will note this and mention to them I think she's gonna be optimistic about it and say,
Maybe he has some way to heal.
They might have fed them.
Okay.
and Arena
Um,
nods.
This is what you can see. You're just off the edge of the map, kind of in the building that I described. If you want to start trying to sneak up, you can. You are not seen at the moment. You have complete and utter element of surprise. If you want, you can keep sneaking forwards using your action and like movement to move at half pace and sneak.
I think I will sneak.
Okay.
Actually, I don't know if you guys can sneak, so I don't know if it's worth it. I think we just need to go, right? But it's up to you guys what do we want to do.
I'm kind of the mind that we just go. Seize
Sneaking might
the
mean that we can
opportunity.
get around more of them without them noticing us, right?
True, but like we gotta make a stealth roll every turn, right? And we're gonna be moving at half speed, so like we'll fail a stealth roll before we get to them.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
I think we're.
I'd
gonna
like
go.
to chug my potion before we run at them.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was a held
Chug
action
mine.
based on a
Yeah.
fireball, so I'm assuming that happened.
Okay. You
Chug
both
it.
glug, 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 glug,
Chug,
glug.
chug, chug.
You can kind of
Chug,
feel
chug,
this
chug.
strange kind of bitterness go through your body, suffusing through your stomach outwards. You both have resistance to poison damage for the next hour.
Nice.
Let's do this.
Do we need to roll initiative?
Well, technically, you'll get a surprise round. So,
All right.
okay, you step out. That'll take about 10 foot of movement to get to where you are now. Now you're in the water, bear in mind it's difficult terrain, so you'll move at half pace. What do you want to do? You feel free
Can
to
I,
move a little bit, shoot, etc.
Can I freeze the water so we can walk on top of it? That'd be still be slippery.
Yeah. What does your cantrip do?
That's sick.
It's
Give us a
I-
straight line to one of these guys.
Yeah, let's see. So I can shape water. I can form it into simple shapes. I can freeze it for up to an hour, and it is 5
How
cubic
much?
feet at a time.
Right. So
Oh.
a tile. You can freeze a tile in action.
But I can do one, and then another, and then another.
Can
Like,
he
when you're
freeze
walking.
one of them in a
But
tile
every time
so
you'll
they're
fall
stuck?
into the water where you're standing and then have to step up onto
It
it.
specifically
and
states
No,
you
no,
can't
freeze
freeze
one
it
of
around.
them
It
so that
specifically
they're
states
stuck.
you can't freeze it around someone. So
No,
Oh.
it has to not have a creature inside that 5 foot.
Lame.
that's
Yeah.
what spells are for, not cantrips.
Yeah.
Okay. What would you like to do?
Well, if that doesn't make us move any faster, then I won't do that.
Okay.
I'll probably move up and.
It says I can have 2 of the effects at a time, though. So I could freeze one, step on it, freeze another, step on it. Like, yeah.
But
have
you can only
2
cast the cantrip
instances.
once per turn, right? So you'd be going
Yeah.
10
Yeah.
feet per
Oh,
turn.
okay.
It's not worth
Yeah.
No, he'd be going
Well,
5
yeah,
feet a turn.
if we're in turn taking,
Yeah.
then it's not.
it. Yeah.
Karen, what are you doing?
Okay.
I think I'm gonna move up and I'm gonna start hurling eldritch blasts at the snakes.
So you move 10 foot, and then you get into difficult terrain, so you can move 10 foot, which is 20 foot of your movement. Okay, and then you've got an action, so if you want to Eldritch Blast the snakes, you can do.
Yep, I'll do the one at the top, and we'll
Okay.
chuck both at it. I get 2, don't I?
Yep.
Okay, there's 1. 16.
That's a hit,
Nice.
even though it has half cover from the water and all the lily pads around it.
I like the theories in
4.
chat about what level my brother is and
Okay.
stuff. It's great.
The Eldritch Blast smacks into the side of the snake. Still up.
And again.
That's a hit.
24.
Nice.
9.
You hit the snake dead on as it rears out of the water and snake meat everywhere.
You.
My god, my Eldritch Blast actually did something.
Killed something.
Okay. Who else is going?
I'll go. I can't move my character. Oh, here. Never mind. It's because this. Corvid, or I'm going to, let me double check that I can.
Are you on
do.
Corbett at the beginning of this, or?
I was initially, but I think because we're sneaking, probably not.
Okay,
We all
yeah.
kind of like snuck. So I'm going to shoot at this guy.
Okay.
He is within range of my shooting. I'm actually going to use sharpshooter, just, you know, for funsies. We'll see if it actually works.
Okay.
I don't
So
get
minus
advantage
5 to
on
hit,
it.
and you have. Oh, you'll advantage on the attack roll because stealth round, surprise attack.
It didn't do anything.
Did
It
you put your
rolled.
1? You didn't put your 1 into
Oh,
the.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
go.
Normally I did that last time. Alright, let's try that again.
With a 7, there's a bang, and ting, 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 the bullet actually skims off the water because you hit it at such an oblique angle.
Really? That's so interesting how I rolled that. I'm rolling just, it doesn't matter if I get advantage, I'm rolling. Shoot again.
With
That
this
time I
one,
hit.
yeah, you definitely hit.
20 damage.
The second bullet just. You just see a red mist where the snake used to be underwater.
Nice.
You have your
Um,
25-foot movement, which is only 2 squares in this difficult terrain.
And then Corbat's gonna move as well. And then this little guy, how fast can he move? 30 feet? So he only moves 1 square, I guess.
30 feet, he's moved 10, so yeah, he can move 2 squares. 'Cause he
Oh, he can
moved
move 2 squares.
10,
Okay.
10 foot already, and then he's got 20 foot left, yeah. You can dash if you want with his action.
Okay. Can he be closer to me? Does he have to? I know you put him up there, but could he be closer to me?
He can be the other side, so he can be there if you want.
Okay. And then he can dash, and so can Corbat.
Yeah, he can go 1 more square.
Corbat can. Okay.
No, the Velociraptor. There you go.
Okay.
Right,
Corbat will actually stay close to the Velociraptor. They'll
Okay.
stay together.
Skith, what do you want to do?
I want to move up to Perrin, and then I want to quicken a dimension door,
Oh,
Ooh.
and I
I
want
was
to
just
put
thinking,
us
oh, it's gonna
over
be such
here.
a slog coming through this water. So I
Oh.
appreciate it.
Oh.
And then I'm gonna, if Perrin could not be in front of me, so that, well, you know what, you could be in front of me, but I'm gonna lightning bolt them. So
Oh, nice. Across? That's so sick. I love it. That's so
as,
cool.
as you see all of the snake people go and rise up, suddenly getting ready, bows drawn. You just walk up, step next to Perrin, and they all turn as. Okay.
It's like
lightning
the
bolt.
it's like the Monty Python guy running up to the castle thing. It's like they're miles away. They're going
Yep.
incredibly slow, but one day we'll have to
You're
fight. Oh no, they're
underselling
here.
This. You haven't shown that he's hitting 3 people, not 2.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Okay, that's 25 points of damage, DC
Plus
16.
6.
I didn't actually think it was that it reached that far. That's awesome.
True, 31.
31 damage to both of them. That's sick.
It's all 3. It's 120 feet.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
there's a third person?
No, it's 100
Oh,
feet.
there is a third
Yeah.
person. My
Mhm.
water bottle was covering it.
I thought it'd be like 30 feet or something. That's awesome.
2 save.
Lightning bolt.
Aw.
That's
The
okay.
2
take
closest
half.
to you, warned by the teleport, kind of throw themselves to the side. You see them moving preternaturally fast. As the lightning bolt crashes into them, smashing through their arms, you can see them kind of burned and singed. The last one at the end is hit full force and is... Okay.
That's
That's
awesome.
sick.
Sneak attack.
and-
We don't normally get those.
Yep. This is where we roll initiative. So...
Yeah, that
I'm
was
gonna
a
hit
surprise
with-
round. I love having surprise rounds. It's great.
We never get those. We
Yeah.
always get surprised.
Yeah.
We're usually getting murdered already.
Okay, Arena, you're up.
All right. Arena's going to get on Corvid Bot if I can.
It will take all your movement. It takes all your movement. You've got no movement left to get on Corbot. No one takes half movement.
Okay. So even if Corvobot moves back and I like into the spot,
That has to happen
and...
in Corbot's turn. Like Corbot goes after you. You can have Corbot pick you up as an action if you want.
like come back and pick me up and then go.
You can spend its action to effectively like hoist you on.
Okay.
It doesn't
I'd like
even have
to
to
do
move
that.
back. You can end up there effectively if you want, just to give you that extra little bit of movement.
Oh, he just turns around and
he
picks
just
me
turns
up.
around and just yoinks you up into it. Yeah.
Okay, that's his action, but he can still move.
He's still
right?
got 40 movement, which is 20 in the
Could
terrain.
he, instead of moving, pick up the little velociraptor?
That would also be an action.
Okay, never mind. We'll move forward. 5, 10.
You can go to there.
I think there, and then the little velociraptor will follow.
It'll have to do that on its turn because it's got its own
Oh,
separate
it's
turn. at the moment.
it's got a separate initiative.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
I think it was actually.
I
there,
thought I
wasn't
was going
Yeah, I
all
think
at
it
the
was
same
there.
time.
it? That brings us to Skith.
Yep, I'm gonna pull my Rod of Storms out and lightning bolt. them
Actually,
again.
Arena, sorry. You could have spent your action to dash to get onto Corbot, so Corbot would still have an action. If you want, Corbot could have pulled them up if you want.
Yeah, I like carry him like
Yeah,
in his mouth
in which
or something
case,
like that. Yeah.
There you go. We're all
Corvo's
together.
just gonna carry us.
You
through
have
the
Corvobot's
water.
got Arena on top, and Arena's got the Velociraptor on top, but it's just a pile of different sizes.
Oh, he's tiny, right? And I'm small, so
Yep,
he can. Like...
exactly.
Oh, cute.
Yep. Sorry, Corbot.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull out. I'm gonna use my Rod of Storms and aim it right at them and fire off another lightning bolt from that
Okay.
instead of myself.
This is using the charges from the rod. Okay.
Yes. So one of the 3 charges.
It won't gain the
and,
+1 from the wand, but it will still get you +5.
Does it? Oh, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's whenever you do lightning damage.
Right. Okay, so I'll just do my normal lightning bolt to represent that,
Yep.
and then not mark a spell off. So I'll just mark off a charge.
Nice.
Phew.
24.
29.
Give me the triple.
Jeez.
You fail
Oh,
one
yeah.
pass. You see the one closest to you, again pre-warned, throw itself back this time onto the steps, dodging most of it. The other 2, however, as they turn towards you to try to charge at you, both of them take it full force and are blasted. You see them just scorched, bits of flesh opening up under the withering hail of lightning, and both of them go down.
Now you see that, Baron? That's how you do it.
Nicely done.
I brought a witness with me.
Witness me.
You still got
Oh, the crackling.
bonus action move.
Oh, right. I'm gonna go get.
I move away.
Yeah,
from...
I'm gonna go give this one hugs.
Oh,
No,
you're
I'm
gonna
give
hug
it
it.
hugs.
Okay.
If it
Alright.
tries to run, I'm gonna get a punch on it.
If you go
Gotcha.
behind it, Perrin can get advantage from.
Oh, yes.
Oh
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a good point. Do that.
Sneak around it and be like, this one's not getting away.
Okay.
Nice.
Almost
Dude, that
have-
was sick.
Yeah, you're just
That was
obliterating
freaking
them.
so sick.
I'm
The
like, they're all lined
teleport
up.
with the beam, like so ballin'.
You just
I feel
appear
pretty
next
awesome.
to them and blow them to pieces.
Yeah, it was so cool.
Okay.
The feat is elemental for chat.
Elemental.
Affinity. And
Yeah.
It's a class from Draconic Bloodline.
Witness me, parent.
Right.
I could totally
This guy
see
at the top
that.
of the steps, holding a scimitar, is completely human but covered in scales. You can see kind of normal human eyes peering out from under scales, and he is going to move forwards 30 feet.
Hmm.
I want to check my ranges here.
Where is he? Oh, this is the big guy back there.
Yep.
Big boy.
Hmm.
Papa.
How far is he from me?
And
Catch up,
he's going to make
Arena.
2 longbow attacks.
Oh.
First at Skith. 9 completely misses. And the second one, 19 at Skith.
Oof. They're scared of you.
I cannot. I quickened something, right? So do I still?
No, you didn't quicken anything this turn. This turn you just use a lightning bolt.
Oh, right. True. Yeah, I'll shield it then.
Okay. That raises your AC to
It's plus 2, right?
plus 5.
No. Oh, yeah, 21.
Yeah.
Pretty gross.
This arrow straight off the side.
Mark that off. I always think it's plus 2 for. It's my haste that gives plus 2 is what I'm getting confused. That's so good.
Yeah, no, shield is legit the best spell in the game.
I remember when I was taking it, you were like, everyone has it. It's awesome. I'm like, yeah.
The other one now exits from the inside,
Oh, there's 2.
and he is going to dash. Get to there. This one you can see has like a snake head and much more human body. You can see like normal skin.
He has less armor than the
okay.
other one.
Maybe. That brings to Red.
Can Red move his turn to after, like, hold his turn until after me?
No, but he can hold his action.
Okay. He will hold his action.
Okay. The one pureblood that remains out here is noticing that Skith doesn't have a melee weapon out, and this is a very precarious position, is gonna risk the attack of opportunity.
Oh.
You've
Can't
used your
you boop
reaction
him?
to cast shield, so you have no
Yeah.
boop, I'm afraid.
Oh.
And then it's gonna be
Yeah.
2 scimitar attacks.
No dragon punch, alas.
Yep.
No dragon punch. You're the punch in our you're the dragon in our punch.
Crit
I know.
against Perrin. Perrin,
Oh,
you
come
take.
on.
Really?
Is it nothing?
You take 6 points of slashing damage as the scimitar cuts deep into your back as they kind of tumble under you and then bring the sword down in a slash into your back, going straight through part of the armor.
Oh no, my temporary hit points.
Their second attack, natural 1.
Damn,
As they go to swing
Get a nat
again,
20
it
and a
just
nat one.
ping. Does not do well.
Oh, God. I almost feel bad for what Perrin's about to do to that poor lady.
Perrin, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna take a swing back.
Cleaver.
Actually, we might get the hunter's mark going here,
Ooh, nice.
just because it is nice.
Yours jumps from character to character too,
Yeah.
which is nice.
The normal domain spell, yeah.
Yeah, mine doesn't.
And yeah, it lasts for an hour. Like, if a combat ends and then we start a new combat within the hour, can I keep passing the hunter's mark? Okay, yeah, that's a great investment then. as
You
long
need
as
to
I don't
maintain
lose it.
concentration at all times, bear in mind.
Yeah, there is that thing. Is like if I lose concentration, I lose it. But I'm pretty good for concentration these days, so we'll stick hunter's mark on.
Who's got
By the way, while
circlet?
Perrin does this, I'm kind of mad that you didn't do it at night because I really like the night map.
Ooh. Oh, that's so pretty.
Yeah, I really like the night version of this.
Yeah, I love both.
I would have ruined it anyway with the drift globe.
That's true, you would have. That would have made you a huge target. Right now,
Well,
there hasn't even been
They
that
would
much
be
no-
stronger, I feel
There's been
like.
a little noise from the lightning.
If we went at night, they would
20.
be stronger.
That's a hit.
Okay, we're just gonna do it with the hunter's mark. See how it goes.
Okay. I mean, she has been lightning bolted twice.
Yeah, I feel like if we probably got this handled. 15.
Yeah, you bring the sword just straight down through her as you kind of focus in with the hunter's mark, and she just flops to the ground, blood coming out of her eyes.
And yeah, Perrin's gonna turn and go for the stairs. As he passes Skith, he's gonna say, "Watch out! I think this one might end up being a marathon more than a sprint." And I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The banister sections on these are they walkable or are they like raised up and? Oh, you
They're
can walk on
raised
those.
stone, but they're not like raised banisters. They're only raised probably about a foot.
Okay. I guess I'll go there. I just want to make sure that no one runs past me, like to skith or anything.
Top of the round.
Arena is
No,
actually
no,
gonna
not
shoot.
Arena's turn. Top of the round. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Oh, someone else gets to go.
Oh, okay.
for
It's
me. Oh.
it's turning. It's becoming less of a marathon, more of a like kilometer
Come on out,
sprint
friends.
kind of deal.
Oh my gosh.
That one's dead, right? The one below me?
Oh
He
my
killed
Yeah.
that
Oh,
one.
yeah.
They're dead.
Sorry.
Just not X yet. Okay.
What is this
Okay.
guy?
All right. That does mean your guy goes before me, I think. Yes.
You see
Maybe
stepping
little
out
pets.
from the alcove above, looking somewhat confused, because what they've really just heard is like a couple of gunshots and some lightning blasts, which is not as
Sure.
loud as, say, Thunderstep, which says you can hear this at a 300-foot distance. So this is much more like a... What was that? He comes walking out and sees Perrin running up the steps, Skith behind him. As you look, this is the same guy with snakes coming down from the hair, almost like braids, and then arms just covered in snakes. And as he walks out, 2 snakes just drop off from either side and start slithering forwards.
Cool.
That's move. So
Yep, over his shoulder, parents like, okay, forget the marathon thing.
foot. They're gonna dash up to there and just get right next to Perrin.
Oh, hey.
Okay, Marina, you're up.
I can actually shoot something that is 320 feet away. So
Yeah,
I
you've got
think
sharpshooter, no disadvantage.
I can also shoot at this guy.
I would
that
say
just
because of the
came out.
angle and the edge, he would have cover, but sharpshooter means he doesn't have cover. So
Yeah.
you can just kind of see at the very edge of your range, like a head and just the top of the shoulders coming over the edge of the ziggurat, snakes coming down. You can get a shot on him, yeah.
If
Okay.
this guy comes out of here and is like, kill that, bang!
I think I'm going to use my sharpshooter. I might be sad about this. Well, actually, when I'm looking, can I see? He just looks like he's got snakes all over him, right? Not armor necessarily.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's actually wearing any armor at all.
Oh, dude, he looks cool. I would like to cosplay as that. That is so sick. All right, I'm gonna shoot at him. I'm excited. But he
Don't
looks
want to
cool.
get that jewelry caught on anything. that's for
Yeah.
sure.
No putting any shirts on for him.
Mm.
So
19.
24 minus 19.
That's a
is
hit. As he walks out.
24
Oh.
damage.
As he walks out, you hear in Draconic, for those of you nearby, what is going on? Who disturbs? And there's just a loud bang, and then a...
He lost his hat or his
blood streaming down from the side of the cheek, where like it's punched straight through, and you can see the top of his teeth.
All right, next round. I'm probably gonna miss this one, but Arena's like
let me just
Arena
check.
just having
No,
a
I'm
little-
not gonna let you. I'm gonna do something.
Oh, okay, all right.
Nope, I can't do that.
Oh.
No, you're
I'm
fine. Go
just-
for it.
I'm very far away from you.
Yep. You
Arena's
are
like
way too far away.
red in front of her is like,
I think I hit something.
and she's gonna try it again. Oh my gosh.
20. Bang.
17.
Jesus! This time, as he turns his head back and snarls at you, the second round hits him in the opposite shoulder and he gets spun almost off his feet. Gets back up. Ugh.
Corvid Bot is gonna run us 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. He's gonna dash. 'Cause
Okay,
he can go 80.
because you're out of water there, you actually have another 10 foot of movement.
Oh, okay.
You just got out of the water.
Okay, so he can go here.
Okay.
And then, oh yeah, it's not Red's turn yet.
Yeah. Skith, you're up.
It's the first time I've
Okey-dokey.
gotten to use my like this part of my sharpshooter was on these guys.
He is pretty hurt by that.
Yeah. How much damage was that? That was 30
17 and 24.
40 damage, yeah.
40, what, 41? Yeah.
Yeah. pretty sick.
30.
It's the most I've ever done. I know it's no Perrin with his like 100 and something.
I mean, Skith
Yeah,
does
but-
that sort of damage when you add
Oh,
them all
yeah.
together.
Yeah, but
Skith
for
has
me
done
to do
100
that
and
kind of
something,
damage,
too.
I have to be in the person's face with them stabbing me back. You just did
That's
that.
true. I'm so far
This guy didn't
away.
even see you. He walks out like, oh, these two assholes
He
coming up
walks
my
in like, hey,
stairs. and
I'm
then
the bad
just-
guy. I'm the
Blam.
boss walking into the scene. You're just like, nope. In the middle of the cutscene, pulling the trigger.
Can I do a thunder wave here?
Yeah.
Hit the two snakes, not hit Perrin.
Ooh.
Yep,
That
you can hit
pushes
both
them
the
back
snakes with the
too,
thunder
right?
wave. If they fail the
Push them
save, yeah.
back.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
cool. Dude,
And I
Skith's
get
just
my
like
bonus damage. Just blasting them.
Yeah. This is a cool scene actually. I want it animated.
Okay. I won't bother making the check. They die.
Oh,
Oh.
As you walk
Fantastic.
up, these like little snakes just making their way across, like they're thin, like, you know, a bit chunkier than pencils, but that's about it. Probably about 2 foot long each, making their way across at a dash to get to Perrin. You just walk up and bam, and they just ping. Ping.
there you go, Perrin. Kill them.
Okay. Bonus action.
Nope. I will just hold here and try to conserve spells.
Okay. Ah, shit. I'm just out of range to be able to get into stabby range.
Yeah, I did that intentionally. No, I
The
didn't.
worst.
I noticed when I
Um,
was approaching and realized I wouldn't be able to get into stabby range, but then conveniently this other guy got closer.
He looks at Perrin, and you can see as the very scaled humanoid body looks at you, catches your eye. Kill your friends. Make me a wisdom saving throw. Again, you
Doing
advantage.
that.
And a +3.
Mm,
26.
I'm the unwise one, you fool.
Don't tell him.
Yep.
Of course he would tell them.
Yeah, no, they target the fighter because the fighter's normally the one.
No, but it's funny 'cause
It
I'm
was
like,
more of a joke. but-
Skith would tell them because he's so
it's a very,
Yeah, no,
nice.
Skip
it's a,
totally
I
would.
it's a
would
very
think I'm
low
unwise,
wisdom
though.
thing to do, is to be like, I'm the guy with low
I'm
wisdom.
the
Wait,
guy.
Yep. The other one is going to bite at Skith. This one has the snake head. An 8. Great. And then swings out with a scimitar as well.
My Wonder Woman gauntlets. Don't want to mess with me.
A 9. Just
Here you have-
completely like Wonder Woman gauntlets up, like ting, as he bites down, as he goes to jab in with the actual scimitar below. You're just like ting with the Wonder Woman gauntlet down the bottom as well.
I
feel
love
so
it.
strong
That's so
today.
cool.
Okay, Red's up.
What a badass.
You just shot someone from across the map in the head.
During
I know,
that
but you, like,
cutscene.
Twice.
I just love this like teleport in, breathe on people, wave, blocking. Like it just is sick. Like, I
Meanwhile,
wanna see that
Arena's
image.
just riding a metal robot bird
With a raptor
up the stairs,
strapped
just
to him.
firing from the shoulder. Bang, bang, bang.
Can Red just be like kind of like perceive, basically? Just like shout if he sees anything weird.
Make a perception check.
Okay. Because I think I'm just gonna keep him in my lap for now.
Makes total sense. And yeah, he can do that.
15.
Okay, you spot it.
Oh.
Firstly, you notice that those roots of the trees on the side are shifting. They're trying to like snap in your direction just a little bit.
Oh.
But obviously they don't have any reach. But they are
Okay,
definitely
these ones?
trying to snap at you.
Okay.
Mm.
And you also notice that coiled around one of the bits of rubble up at the top is a very large, thick-limbed snake.
Where's this guy?
Mhm.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Oh,
Can't get rid of these shapes that I just created. I don't know.
thick.
You have to
Everything
select
is
them.
snakes.
Yeah.
It's all snakes all the way down.
Oh no.
We got snakes made of snakes. We got people made of snakes made of
Snakes.
snakes.
Oh,
There's
it's like a
snakes and
big
spiders.
snake.
Yeah,
That's
it's
a-
really chunky. Like,
That's
it's a good,
a
like...
big
Like an
chungus.
anaconda.
Yeah, it's probably like 10, 12 inches thick.
That one's
Arena
parents.
will shout that.
There's something moving over there.
Okay.
As Red is like chirping at me, letting me know. And Arena's like,
Good job, Red.
Yeah, you know what? Let's
What?
do this.
oh no, what are we doing?
Oh,
As he walks down the steps, casually in your direction, blood dripping from the side of his face and his shoulder, he raises a hand and the snakes all
Oh,
raise at
no.
the same time. You see snakes coalescing around the hand as he looks over, and I believe everyone else is out of range, so it's just going to be Perrin and Skith. Sleep. Join our lord in your slumber until he is risen. I need both of you to make me Constitution saving throws.
Dude, sleep at
don't.
high level is like a weird thing.
It is not the
cast.
sleep spell.
Oh, it's not. Okay, that's just
Is
the
it,
words he's saying.
is it magic though?
Let me check.
It sounds like it's magic.
Magic can't put you to sleep.
Nice.
I'm just gonna take.
Oh
a
yeah, I
nap, Parents.
forgot.
You can't be put to
Parents
sleep.
like
You're immune.
parents like.
Yes, however,
Oh damn it!
Time.
Oh.
you watch
I'm
it
tired.
just full on just goes. Bang,
Wait, he
just
gets a
straight
plus
out.
3 from He gets a plus 3 from Perrin,
Oh yeah, I know. It's not enough.
and a
Uh.
plus 5 from me.
Are you in range? Isn't that 30 foot?
Oh, you're right. I can't do it. Never mind. I'm sad. Sorry, Skip. I tried.
And I'm guessing
Yeah, I have to
a
be within 30
sleeping
feet.
Skith can't give me a flanking bonus on this guy.
Oh hell, not. He's not threatening. No.
No.
Damn it, I was so
Skip
looking
can't give you-
forward to just taking a little sidestep and then being like, hey, I've got advantage on you now.
Yeah.
Aw.
I'm assuming he goes prone when he like lays
Yeah,
down
he
to
is a
sleep.
sleepy prone person.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah.
That's not an ability check, no. That's a
No, it's not an ability check.
Okay, and then for his bonus action,
You can like slap someone awake, or you can like shake them
depends on the thing.
to wake them up. But that's true. There are some spells that require specific types of actions.
Punch
You
me in the
see him
face,
as he
Perrin.
then like looks at Perrin, blood dripping down, and he looks over at Arena, and you see him just turns into green mist and appears over here, crouching down behind the cover.
Does my little buddy Red see him?
Yeah, he
Fine.
didn't take like any sort of invisibility or anything. You can kind of see him. He's very hard to hit with a 3/4 cover. I know that doesn't apply to you, however.
Yeah, I can see
He doesn't
through my-
know that.
Scope. Okay.
Okay. It is. Nope. They are dead and gone. I'll remove them from the tracker. Perrin, you're up.
Okay. I was gonna try and just go for the big guy, but he's out of here, so we're going to go for this one right next to me. I think I will move to like. Is there anything I can do to someone who is magically asleep? Probably not, right?
That is entirely up to you. What do you want to try?
I'm
Shouting.
gonna assume you've got a. Like,
You can assume away.
yeah, I'm gonna assume that, like, it's a maintained spell that that dude is concentrating on, and that if Arena shoots him a few more times, maybe Skith will wake up.
Okay.
So I'm gonna sidestep this way so that if Skith does come back, we got some nice flanking going on. And
I think if he gets up, though, is there an attack of opportunity if you get up next to somebody?
No, only if you
No?
step away.
Okay. Only if you step away. I think in Pathfinder, if you stand
Pathfinder,
up
yeah.
next, yeah. Because I'm like, I remember that happened to me before, but I think it's Pathfinder.
bonus action, I'm gonna transfer my Hunter's Mark to the dude right next to me,
Okay.
and we're gonna take a swing.
Okay. That's a hit.
24.
Nice.
Okay. How much smite do I want to do?
Yeah, use all your smites.
Oh, move Hunter's Mark on him, too.
I did.
You just said it.
We're gonna put a level 1 into this.
Yeah. Smite.
Yep.
I'm scared of this big snake in the back.
30.
Yeah.
Wow.
The blow
That's what
comes
I'm
down.
talking
There's a
about.
flash of grey light.
Jeez.
How's he looking? Bloodied?
No.
Oh, really? Balls. Alright. Hitting him again.
He was hurt by it, but
I know he was hurt. I just hoped he was,
30's a lot of
off
damage.
killed. 15. Ooh.
that's a
enough?
hit.
Okay, nice.
They have low AC, it seems like. That's why I'm using sharpshooter on them. But if they hit you, it seems like they do a lot of damage. It hurts.
How much should I put into this?
Another
I
one.
think
At
it
least
is-
another. Because you did 30 and he's fine.
Yeah.
So you know you at least need to do 30 plus more
Yeah,
damage.
it's like
to
if I
him.
put a level 2 in, I could maybe take him out right away. Otherwise,
yeah, do
it's-
that.
if I don't do that, then I'm getting him next turn, probably no matter what.
He's making. I don't know why he's doing that.
I'm gonna push you. If you don't, you're going to not
like,
do that
I
smite.
can just ignore the noises he makes because they're just meant to mess with me. So
Alright, come on, choose now, or it's gonna
I'm-
skip your turn.
I'm gonna not put smites into it. We're just gonna do the
Okay.
damage.
No.
You still
smite?
got your hex. So
Oh, I left the
Mark.
smite ticked. Ignore the smite damage that it does.
Oh,
It should just be
that'd been such good smite
a
damage.
4 in that for a total of 16 damage.
Okay, yeah, he's looking pretty hurt now.
Yeah, now he's
Nice.
bloody.
Okay,
So they've got something in the region. They've got like 65 to 70. I think.
So
Arena,
similar to
you're up.
you guys. Arena, talking to Red because Red is like pointing out that this guy's over there. She's gonna try to shoot at him again.
okay.
Uh,
You'd have to move up, but that's not a problem for you.
oh, do I need to move up?
Yeah, because you can't really just about see him over this blobby thing.
Oh, there's a blobby thing.
Yeah, this is kind of
Okay.
blobby, and he's like crouched down, so you'd really need to move up to the edge here, but you've got the movement on Corvidbot. And I will say, because you're mounted, you can use Corvidbot's movement during your turn. Yep,
Okay.
and then you can fire away. He has 3/4 cover, but that means nothing to you.
Yeah. All right. We'll see how it goes. I'm worried I'm not gonna hit, but we'll see.
Oh.
That might.
The first
not.
one, ting, off the stonework.
All right, we try another. Ooh,
20.
that does hit.
Yeah, that's definitely a hit. 18 points. The
18.
second one, however, as you kind of find your range on this guy, smacks into the other side of his face, high up, bouncing off his temple, and cuts a gash through his eyebrow, just like blood streaming down the other side of his face now.
Will he be making a concentration check by any chance?
Yes, he will.
Nope.
No.
No.
He is
Oh,
instead
it's
going
instant and a forget, I
to...
guess. Or it's a cast and forget.
He's going to cast Hellish Rebuke at 3rd level.
Okay.
I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw. Oh, that was terrible damage.
Dexterity saving throw.
Mhm.
Is that magical? I don't think it doesn't matter. 21.
Yeah, you save, so you only take half damage. You take 9 points of fire damage.
As soon as I take 9 points of damage, I'm going to take a retaliation. I'm going to spend a.
Oh, you spend your reaction on
gonna
your
spend-
turn in reaction to his reaction.
Yep. I'm gonna
I love
use
it.
my-
Okay, so as
my-
you like first, bang! It bounces off the stonework, bang! You hit him in the side of the head. He looks back, hand goes forwards, fire streams towards you, and as you take that, you spin Corbett around, bring the gun down, fire again. Unfortunately, ting!
No.
Oh.
This is...
Died.
7. The 3 on the dice.
Tried, man.
Good
That
try,
is pretty
though.
funny.
Yeah, that's a lot of good reaction usage there. Okay.
that interaction has layers, like lasagna.
Yes, sleep.
Reaction war.
Sorry, Skith.
Well, I don't even get to roll for it and just sleep.
Nope, you're asleep.
What? He doesn't get to
Jeez.
try to
So
save?
this guy's not concentrating on it, and there's no save per turn to get out of it. What is this thing? Do I
You can
actually?
probably slap
Did I
him to
actually
wake
just
him up.
need to slap him in the face to wake him up?
Probably.
Okay, now they're on either side of you. They're gonna get their flanking bonuses in.
We have to use your full turn probably to do it.
One's gonna bite you. 13. I am rolling terribly today. Bites
noticed
down on
that.
you, and you just kind of wave the sword, and they have to back off. And then there's gonna be just a lot of stabs coming in. 18.
Does that hit if my AC's 18 or not?
Yes, it hits.
Okay. Is this the first attack they're trying on me here?
This is the second attack.
Of the same guy?
The same guy.
Yeah, we're gonna shield.
Okay. As you shield, the sword sparks flying off the edge of this magic shield. And the other one is going to step backwards from you, noticing you have the shield up, turn, and just loose 2 arrows at Arena.
Damn it.
Uh-oh.
Should have taken the hit then.
13 bounces off her armor.
Does not hit me.
Nice.
My dragon armor.
A natural 1
Nice.
moves back
Ooh.
up next to Perrin. Yeah, you've used your reaction to fire back at that dude, so I was like, perfect timing, and nope, doesn't matter.
Can
My
I catch
rolls are
the arrow
trash.
with my other hand?
Like, oh, like as you fire the gun and you see the arrow coming in, you raise the gun, like hits the stock. You're like, ah.
Thanks. I
Perfectly
need
blocked.
another bolt. Put it in my quiver.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it probably wouldn't work for your crossbow because it's an arrow, not a bolt. But
Oh, yeah,
worth
it's
a
an
try.
arrow.
Red's up.
Okay. I think Red's just gonna chill.
Yeah, not within
Actually-
range really of attacking anyone. I
Yeah,
think.
he'd have to run full speed to get.
Yeah,
to
he'd have
something,
to. He'd have to dash. So
Yeah, I think he's.
if you want, you can have him hold
Yeah,
an attack or
actually,
something.
he'll jump down and he'll run and give
Okay,
flanking bonus to Perrin.
Oh, nice.
He wouldn't be able to give
Arena will
flanking
be like,
bonus because
"Be
he's
careful."
tiny. Sorry.
Oh, he's too small.
Oh.
Yeah, you
he's
have to
too
be, like,
small.
Doubling up on the other side of someone the same size as you. So like you need to be able to have like small counts as meaning for the purposes of this, but like you can't have a lot of tinies trying to get advantage. Unless
Yeah,
it's a
yeah,
lot of
no,
them.
no, it
Yeah.
makes sense. She's like, be careful, Red. As Red goes scurrying, running away. Oh,
Brushes
so
over.
cute.
Okay.
It's like, you know, when you take your pet to go get groomed and it has a little like collar thing, like they bring him back with like a little bow or something. He's got like the little scarf. It's so cute.
Yes, please come bite me, Red.
Okay.
No, yeah, that's
Come
the
bite
strat,
you?
is like if Red like pegs him, he might wake him up.
Yeah, you could yell at him, tell him. He might listen. I don't
Well,
know.
he's got to run past both these guys, which is not going to be
But
ideal.
the banisters are walkable.
All right.
This guy
Oh,
disappears again in another puff of smoke and
Oh,
appears
balls.
behind Arena.
I thought he went in front of me, like right at the.
And then he's going to, as the snakes across his arms, makes 2 attacks at her.
Okay. I'm
Made
like
him
up in the
angry.
air,
24.
above by 5 feet, right? Because I'm on top of Corvabat. How does that work?
It doesn't change anything. You're
Okay.
still small, so he could obviously just stand 5 feet. Like,
Disadvantage.
yeah.
Reroll.
Okay.
Corvabat deflects it. He like, wow, he puts out his arm.
24.
What? Okay, yeah, you hit.
God damn.
And then the
Stupid.
next one, oh, it wouldn't be with advantage, it'd be a 17. Okay, so that one is your AC 17?
My AC is 15.
I think your AC 17. Because you've got half plate or something, right?
I thought so, but it says that I have 15.
We can check that in a minute. You're almost done with the battle. Right. So, Arena, you take
Oh my god, he doesn't
5
like
piercing
me.
and 6 poison, and 4 piercing and 7 poison. So a total of 22 points of damage.
Ouchies.
As both arms, one of them snaps across your face, you feel teeth dig in from all the little snakes there. And the second one goes straight in, like below the breastplate, and starts biting. Okay, that brings us to Perrin Velderel.
Okay. Oh, so chat mentioned, is Geep on Skith? Could Geep bite Skith to wake him up?
Those little rat teeth aren't getting through my scales.
Geep is... Put it this way, I know what Geep's gonna do, and mostly it's a rat.
It's also probably sleeping.
It might be
You
sleeping.
know?
Through this? Oh dear.
I mean, the same time when I got put to sleep, it's on me.
Yeah.
So,
What do you
right,
want to do, Perrin?
so-
Yeah, I'm gonna call out
It's
to...
an action to, like, shake someone. That is an action. But you can spend part of a multi-attack to punch someone if you want.
Okay. Well, the problem is now if I move, I get opportunity attacked by these guys.
Up to you.
Misty step above me and land on me.
Or just like... just fall on
Like
you
the
and then-
T-Rex be like, I learned this from Queenie!
I'm going to attack the guy on the right of me because he's got not the Misty Step, the Hunter's Mark. That's the one. I got there in the end. And I'm not going to use my bonus action yet. $11? Come on.
Miss, I'm afraid.
I was doing so well. And then I got a 3 on the dice.
What do you do next? Come on, Bentham.
Yeah, I know. If I multi-attack him, can it be like a punch?
Yeah, that's what I offered.
Okay.
It'll do 1 plus your strength bonus.
Yeah, we'll do that because if he wakes up, he's next before these guys.
Okay, I'm going to take my opportunity attack if you move away.
I didn't say that was how I was doing it. A Misty Step.
You're blowing that?
I don't want opportunity attacks.
Jesus, okay, you're all going to die. Sure. Where are you Misty stepping to?
Why do you think? Oh, god damn it. Well, fine, I'll take the hit then.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to
move
opportunity
there,
attack you.
And I'm gonna punch Skith.
It's going to be a bite attack. 21.
I guess my shield's no longer in effect because it's my turn again.
Yep.
That's a shame. Alright, it hits me.
Okay, you take 7 points of piercing damage, and then because you've got resistance to poison, as the poison pumps into you, it doesn't take as much hold as you normally would. Like, it takes 4 points instead of 9, so
Okay.
11 points total. Okay, and then you attack Skith. Advantage because he's prone and unconscious.
Okay, I guess.
And it's
should
an
I just
auto
make
crit.
a strength roll with advantage.
You're proficient, so it would be a proficient strength roll. You can make any
We'll
attack
just
roll
add the
with strength.
proficiency. I
Just roll
yeah, I
any
guess.
attack will do.
I don't
except
like
magical
making-
weapon.
I don't like making. Okay, we'll make a. It's a short sword. There we go.
Twenty-six. That
26.
hits. Skith, you take 1 plus your strength bonus. What's your strength bonus, Perrin?
Strength bonus is 4.
You take 4 points of damage as your eyes just suddenly open and you find Perrin pulling his fist away from your jaw.
Oh, what happened?
Wake up! We got work to do.
Arena, you're up.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out this dragon guard thing. Why it's only
Actually,
giving me
as I
+1.
do that, I'm also gonna yell over, and in, Oh, I don't have Gnomish, do I? I have Dwarvish.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and be smart about it, because I'm like, Red probably understands Gnomish better than Common. But in Common, I'm gonna yell, Red, get out of the way! On the assumption
Yeah,
that...
that's not my turn.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I can't move.
I'll change it later. Right.
I'm just running on the assumption that Skit's gonna do some kind of...
I guess then, can I shoot? I can shoot at him, right?
Yeah, you've got the gunner feat, so in combat you don't suffer any disadvantages.
So I'm going to shoot at him because moving away is not going to help. I'm debating if I should heal myself. Can I, for a potion? It takes me a full action to drink a potion, right?
It takes you a bonus action in our homebrew.
So if I do it for my bandolier or like for my belt, I can just chug it.
Yeah, but it will mean that Quadbot won't get a go. It's a bonus action.
That's okay. I
Yeah.
kind of have to do that, I think.
He is looking pretty hurt if it helps. Okay, the first one comes
Let's
out.
see what happens.
12. Let me check. It smacks into one of the thick, ropey snakes around him, and you see him. Ugh. Didn't really do enough damage to penetrate.
Ooh, okay. One more.
That one just hits
Okay.
Nice.
as the second bullet.
25
Nice.
damage.
You can see him drop to one knee and then slowly get up, blood freely flowing from all the wounds you've inflicted on him.
So he looks
And-
pretty bad.
As you do that, he is going to Hellish Rebuke. And let's do it at level 2. I need to make me a dex save. Oh, that was a good roll.
I need a dex save, is that what you said? Is this magic? Oh, no, I don't think it matters. I don't think I do dex.
14.
14.
You just passed. You take 10 points of fire damage. Did the Dragon Guard breastplate give you resistance to fire? Trying to find it now.
I don't see it in our magic items list, actually.
That's strange because I swear I added it to magic items. It's fine. I'll look it
Yeah,
up.
I thought you did too, but I looked it
Yeah.
up and it says this breastplate gives +1. And the wearer gains advantage on saving throws against the breath weapons of creatures that have the dragon type.
Yeah. Okay. Well, technically,
So.
do you want to use your reaction against that?
Oh, yeah, I could.
Do you want to go back into the bang, 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 bang?
Yeah, I
he
think
looks
I
pretty
do.
hurt, so it's up to you.
I do.
Okay.
I want to use it.
Go for it. Are you using
I have
sharpshooter
one
on
left.
this?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Oh, yes. No.
No? Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Yes. Oh, it's hard because I want the extra damage. Yeah, I'll use it.
Okay.
'Cause these are like the one creature that I can use this on. Okay, let's go. Just let it go. Just let it go. No, I miss.
Unfortunately, as you go to shoot the gun, one of the snakes lashes out and knocks it to the side. Bang! Yeah, if it would
And-
help, I'm just gonna... Marina? If you hadn't sharpshooter, you'd have killed him.
I know. I know.
Yep, sorry.
I know.
Uh,
I know. I'm gonna drink a potion.
Okay. You're not on Cobalt to go?
I do, but I'm like really low on health.
Could just take him out.
Okay, Carver Butt will go. Well,
Okay. Cobalt does also have the missile launcher, which is guaranteed damage.
that's true.
And it does have a range where it would also hit these guys up here, so it depends how you want to split them. But you could
I
just go for the
can't split
attack.
them. Remember we talked about it? They all go into one target now.
No, you can split them.
I don't remember anything about.
No, they 100%. That's the point of them. They're independent, 7
Yeah.
different missiles.
Okay. Maybe I do
think it was
4-3 or something. What do you guys think?
Yeah. So one parent hit.
Yeah, the one next to me is the one that I've damaged a lot, so whatever you're putting on.
No, the one next to you is the one that's
I
undamaged.
can't hit that one.
Wait, what?
I don't think I can see that one anyway.
No, you can see it because it's raised.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
did the one next to me move around to be on the left?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
We'll
okay.
do
they
4
swapped
on this guy in
places. They bloomin' switcherooed
Front of
me.
me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is on the guy next to you.
Yes.
Okay, Corbot lifts the wing and 4 of them arc over and smack into this guy here, and he can't do anything about it. He dies.
And then the other 3 go to this guy next to.
Okay,
I
3 of them
think.
smack into this guy's back, and he. The guy next to you just goes down the steps, tumbling end over end.
Oh, that's so. This was a nerve-wracking one.
Okay, you got your movement left with Corbot.
That's true. We'll go 5, 10, 15. Oh, I can go like diagonally,
15,
right?
yep.
15,
20,
25, 30.
25, 30, 35, and you got one more. 40. There you go. You can go one,
One
yeah.
more? Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, Skith, you're up.
Oh, can I be
Oh.
actually here? One over.
Yeah, yeah.
You just remembered that
Right.
you're on the opposite end of enemies to Skith, which is never a good place
Yeah.
to be.
Actually, you know, there isn't a problem with our tiny raptor friend, because if you do want to lightning bolt, you can lightning bolt above his head.
Yeah, but I want a thunder wave.
Oh.
He'll be fine.
Oh,
He
well,
only did 6 damage.
Thunder wave is what,
before.
a 15-foot? Yeah, that won't hit him. You're good.
Oh,
nice.
is it not gonna hit him?
Yeah, the 15-foot will be just short of him.
Perfect. Then I'm gonna cap it at level 2.
Oh god, okay.
Oh,
They both have to make strength saves, right?
Constitution DC 16.
Oh.
it's not just rolling double dice for these things.
I don't know. It keeps doing it though.
But yeah,
It doesn't use them in the
it's
calc, though,
12
at least.
damage.
Yeah, it's
no,
just doing it for
it's
me
just
for some
rolling
reason.
them on the thing, yeah. Yeah.
And half on save. 1 saves, 1 doesn't.
So the one that doesn't's gonna get pushed 10 feet away from me as well.
So the funny thing is, the one next to you gets pushed into the other one, who gets pushed backwards, which pushes red. And because he's pushed into an object 10 feet, I will say he takes
I
the
didn't see
10-foot
any
falling
signs.
damage,
It's
which he
creating
takes
a-
the full 6.
Yeah.
We've made,
Sorry,
a
little
They
Newton's,
like bang, bang, bang into each other.
we've made a Newton's cradle of lizard men.
You have. Okay, end of your turn, Skith?
That's it. For me.
Okay.
Been a blast.
There go. This one at low health
Still
is gonna
standing.
turn to Arena and just look at her up and down. Your friends. Make me a wisdom save. You have advantage because you're a gnome.
Is Perrin within range of me?
No.
No.
No!
Oh
Arena.
no. Plus
Oh
5.
no! Oh.
Does it help?
Are you gonna do the +5?
Yeah,
Okay, you do the +5. Let me check.
it doesn't help. Probably. Worth a try though. Gives me 11.
For the listeners, that was 6.
Unfortunately, it does not
11.
help.
Yeah, 11's not
As
very
you
high. So.
suddenly realize, you're like, yes, you must shoot them. As the gesture towards Skith
No.
and Perrin, you're like, yes, they must die. And then he steps away from Red, trying to get as much distance as possible. Red can make an attack of opportunity.
Oh, okay. Come on, little red guy. He's gonna do. Oh, his bite.
Okay,
Now.
that's a hit. And as he runs away,
He bites
Red
his
just
ankle.
kind of jumps up and bites him on the side of the neck, and just blood tears out a chunk.
Oh,
And Arena suddenly you're like,
gross.
wait, why was I gonna kill them? I don't want to shoot my friends. I like Perrin.
Good to shoot
It's
my
okay.
friends. I like
Yeah, he does.
Perrin. I mean, it's a friend.
This other one is going to attempt to just like leg it. Skith, you get an attack of opportunity if you want.
Dragon punch.
Punch you. What do I do for that?
Roll anything strength-based that you've got proficiency with. So just roll strength and add 3.
Okay. Strength. Boom.
7.
Yes.
You do not like you hit the side of this guy, but he completely ignores you, and it's like hitting like a sofa or something. Maybe something a bit more solid than that. Almost like hitting like something pretty tough, like a mattress. It just doesn't seem to respond.
What kind of mattresses are you sleeping on?
I like, a decent like sprung mattress, like a good bit of resistance in it.
Dragon punch.
Okay, Red's
Dragon
up.
punch. She punches him. like,
You can
really
hear this
lightly.
guy, those of you who speak the Draconic can hear this guy going, "Somebody tell him, kill the prisoners." Red's up.
Sir.
I don't know that.
What if the best of the arena can't understand that, but the rest of us can?
Yep. 15.
I think Red can dash to him.
Yeah, and then I guess you get attack of opportunity at least, right?
Yeah.
I'll use alt so closer. Red's got the smell of blood.
Get around in front of him if you want to give space for everyone else to get in the back.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
He's got enough
Thank
movement.
you.
Perrin, you're up.
Yeah. Out of
How
lightning
wide
bolt
is
range.
is the doorway at the top?
10 foot. No, 15 foot. Just.
Okay, so we can't straight block it, most likely.
No.
I could use the boots, but then I'll be stuck.
Well, you can kind of see there are stone doors, but they're on the inside, and they can be yanked closed.
Okay, and then could
Gotta-
I in one spot hold the doors closed?
Eventually, yes. In the center, yeah. If you pull them...
Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to dash, and I'm going to activate the sprinter's boots.
Okay.
This gives me
So-
120 feet, right?
It's an action to close the doors, though. They're
Oh.
big stone doors.
Okay.
But you could
Go in there?
dash.
I can't quite get there with the sprinter's boots, but I could get there with sprinter's boots and Misty Step.
I mean, he's looking like you've hit him at least once, this guy.
Yeah, but I probably need.
Well, put it this way, you've got Arena firing multi-attacks, you've got Skith who
That's
can
true.
do at least
Arena and
cantrips, like,
Skith
it's
are
up to
both
you.
gonna get a go before this
Nobody's
guy
getting out of
gets
here.
to run away, and then when he does,
And you attacks
he'll
opportunities
get
or whatever.
opportunity attacks from. Yeah. Okay.
But if you close the door, then they might not hear what he said, or I don't know.
Yeah, but closing the door
think he's
requires me
talking
to
to the giant
to
snake.
spend a whole bunch of resources. Wait, was he talking
Yeah,
to
the giant snake does have to roll into the initiative now.
Oh, was this guy yelling at the giant snake about warning?
It didn't seem to, like, be a particular response to that, but it did stir the giant snake.
There's no one
Okay.
else that we can see that it could be talking to, and it's a snake, so I don't know.
Perrin, I gotta push you, mate. We're over time. I need to finish this battle.
I'm gonna kill this guy. We're gonna get this guy dealt with. So I'm gonna do.
You can
Sprinter's
move to there,
boots.
25. If you want to move 5 more, you can.
Yeah, I will sprinter's boots. Get to here.
That's not sprinter's boots. That's just move.
Or oh no, yeah, I can just go that far, can't I? Okay, yeah, never mind. I don't. Yeah, I just run up and I do that. Means I can keep chasing him. But I
Get to
can
there
move
with
up,
normal move.
Yeah, no, I move up to there. We'll take 2 swings. Oh, and
Okay.
I bonus action put the hunter's mark on him.
Okay. That's a hit.
20. We're just gonna do it and see what happens. The guy's not bloodied yet, right?
Let me check after this. He is now bloodied.
Okay. And
As you swing through him with the blade, you see the nostrils start bleeding out.
right, and another one.
That's a hit.
17. I trust my friends. I'm just gonna roll it as it is. $19.
Okay. Yeah, he's looking pretty rough. Arena, you're up.
Okay. Arena is going to guide Corvid Bot up to here. And then take a shot.
Okay.
Does he look bloodied? Like, is he doing a trail of blood, or is he like limping?
He's bloodied. He's certainly very injured now.
I'm gonna shoot normally, I think, for this then.
Okay.
Just to kind of hopefully make sure I can hit. Maybe. We'll see how well I roll.
That's a hit.
19. 15 damage.
Nice.
As he is running and just the blade goes through him twice, he starts bleeding. He looks over. The bullet just smacks him in the back and he just falls straight flat.
And then Arena's gonna point upward at this creature.
You can just see the head of the snake from there, which would be 3/4 cover, which you ignore.
Yeah, and she's gonna shoot a regular shot at it.
Regular? Okay.
Yeah.
That's a hit.
24.
That's double its AC.
8.
Okay.
And
It is bloodied.
I think she's gonna chug a potion. And then that's her turn.
Okay, you got the potion API, so Skith, you're up.
All right, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Firebolt snake.
Okay, it will have 3/4 cover.
Okay, so disadvantage to just.
No, it will get an
normal-
AC bonus. Just don't.
Okay.
Just a flat roll.
It's not bad.
Yeah, the snake is well and truly fried. As you see it slithering up, and as it awakens, there's a bang, blood, and then burns. The head collapses. You can still hear the sound of a din and commotion as people are running up behind you, but this battle took about 30 seconds. What are you doing?
Follow the ring.
We gotta move.
Yeah, I think we were running in.
You run inside. Do you close the doors behind you?
Sure.
Sure, yeah. If it makes a
Okay.
difference, then
Yeah.
cool. If it doesn't, then it's a couple
Dash
seconds.
inside and you stone doors closed. Doesn't seem to way to easily hold them closed, but you definitely like pull them.
Yeah, like if it's
Whatever commotion you made was only so loud because they didn't have long enough to send a runner or anything like that. And as you are inside, I will show you where you'll be starting next time.
Ooh.
Oh, snap.
oh boy.
What the hell is this?
Wait. Oh, you put okay. I briefly saw everything, but I will forget it by next week. It's fine.
Yeah, you saw everything. Yep.
I mean, I saw cool stuff, but my brain did not comprehend any of it. So,
And there's only one door inside here, right?
I mean, I've memorized every square already from the 5-second.
We don't see any doors here other than the one that we came from, or are there 2 staircases?
There are
down,
2
or-
staircases, one leading left, one leading right.
Okay, that's when we'll have to look. We'll have to do like a person to see which direction we need to go.
And with that, we're going to end for today. So, as you step into the brick-built entrance to the shrine, seeing the torches lit on all sides of you, looking down at what appears to be a strange circular pattern painted on the ground in reddish brown. You can taste the smell of blood in the air. We're going to end there. See if Corbin Cogdeer is still alive by the time you get to him. So, with that, let's go through our announcements again very quickly. We went a little bit over to finish that fight. Okay, Sport was Miazilla. Thank you very much. Next week, we have Patrick joining us as a very special guest. Avatar is starting, our new Avatar show starting this Saturday, so look out for that. We have Mage Character Sheets and the Queenie Sheet now out on our Patreon, and Mage GM Secrets and our recap are also coming soon. So until next time, where can we catch you, Cobalt?
I'm on my channel streaming pretty much every day, 5 p.m. Central, playing some Isaac. A big, giant patch just dropped, which lots more content. And we got Pokemon release of Diamond and Pearl coming up as well. And that's pretty much what I'm doing, except for D&D on Thursdays right here at noon Central my time, and Tuesdays at 8 p.m. on the Bubbernuts channel. That's where you can find me.
Bentham, what about you?
I am Bentham. You can find me on YouTube a little bit, where I am Manglepork Gaming, and on Twitch more, where you can find me as Manglepork. It is what it is. I'm playing lots of multiplayer games, as I have been for a while. On Monday, we did the early access for Breakwaters, which is a new game where it's like a survival crafting thing. But the cool thing is water physics is actually a thing, and you can push water and like dam water, and you can do lots of weird things with the ocean. It's a bit jank, but they did push back the launch date, which I think is for the best. We're also going to be playing some Phasmophobia tomorrow, and on Sunday we'll be playing Barotrauma, as is the standard plan. That's me.
Okay. Maggie, what about you?
Hey everyone, I'm Margaret Crone, and you can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places. I do lots of things on the internet. Later tonight at, I think it's like 7 p.m. or 6 p.m. I don't remember, but I'll let you know in a tweet. I'll be going live over on Zero Doxy's channel. That's 0 with the O, or a number 0 in the 0. And we'll be playing some more D&D. Also, I will be on the Avatar show this Saturday, so you definitely want to tune into that. And I make video games for a living. I'm currently working on a project called Ashes of Creation, and you can find it in all the places at Ashes of Creation. What about you, Enter Elysium?
Hello! You can find me at twitch.tv/Enter Elysium. I'll probably stream this weekend at some point, so look out for that. Right, that said and done, we're off. We're going to do a very quick after show. Thank you for watching. I'm going to check if there is any tips.
There are 1, 2, 3.
Ooh, there are many tips. Oh,
Yeah, there are 3 tips.
Donkey.
refresh the page.
It's German for
Oh,
thank you.
that's weird. When you refreshed it, I saw the refresh too.
Oh, I don't want you
whenever
to advertise to me.
whenever anyone opens that page, it always makes the cup refresh, which is really weird.
Oh,
Empiric. Wow. $25. Sorry, I will now block your vision. Vision is with capital V, so I assume you are blocking the superhero. My superhero. Anyway, thank you, Empiric. That's very kind of you. And then continuing the fight, Solani with $50 tip. Love this campaign. Thanks to the hours of entertainment. Solani, thank you very much indeed. And continuing the fight, Finley Shards with $50. Thank you, as always, to our amazing cast and DM for another fun show. Glad to see the party finally get the drop on an enemy group and go to unleash some of their abilities that they don't always get to use, and looking completely epic while doing so. Yeah, you completely destroyed them.
Yay!
Like, they only considered sending a runner, and then you just... they didn't have time. Like, that was ridiculous. Anyway, Solani... Finley Shards and Empiric, thank you very much to all of you. And also thank you very much for the bits that are happening. So thank you for
been
that.
emptied. It must be filled again.
Yeah, I get that. That's the thing.
I tried to fight
but,
back.
You do your best. Right, we're going to go. And thank you very much for watching. We'll see you next week.